much to be a hero. It only takes that small little light in your heart that you want to share. Ready for this? It doesn't take much to be a hero. It only takes that small little light in your heart that you want to share. Ready for this?
Hey there, Kai, rather radical. Hey, Idia. Hey, Wither. Hey, RV. I'm tired as fuck. I've been up all day when I should have been sleeping, shit like that. You know, yeah, my sleep schedule is completely out of whack right now. Hey, Kvass. Yeah, I'm pretty much fucking exhausted, Idia. Hey, Cassidy. Yeah. So, a premarital. I would have gotten away with sending the kulaks to the gulag too if it weren't for those meddling anarchists. Thank you, Mystified. Yes, thank you kindly. Oh, it is, you know, it's one of those days. It's definitely one of those days. Hey, 219. Yeah, we're always meddlesome like that. Let me put that back over there where it belongs. Put you over there. Maybe we'll. I kind of feel like, hey, McSecular, hey, Ace. Kind of feel like reading, like on stream. I know like a bunch of you, definitely like have issues with sitting down and reading books and shit like that. And I was considering earlier actually doing like a chapter a day in a book or something like that, to see if we could, you know, move that forward for some of you. But y'all have to let me know how you feel about that matter. It's true. Wow, calling it out is what it is. We all have our limitations and our privileges and our skills and our talents. Secular, great idea. All right, well, there's one thing. Theory stream could be fun. Love that shit. I quit that nasty habit. I did quit that nasty drug after I got out of college, says the PhD. Fucking, you sit out and fucking stimulate. Audiobooks work is fucking PhD. Trust me, I'm never reading Das Kapital on stream. Like, I may read an excerpt one day if we need it as a reference point, but no. No, I haven't seen it, but I mean, I'm looking at it now, of course. Estrella, but Estrella is the first one to fucking cue it. Congratulations, Estrella. First one to cue the bot. You're good at failing upwards. Fair enough. Yeah, no Capital. Das Capital is fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Not even like, you know, I'm not like rendering opinion here. Just as a book or series of books. It's absolutely ridiculous to read. Kami Buddha did the first volume of Capital. Cue the bot. Well, congratulations to Kami Buddhist or Buddha. But yeah, that won't be happening on my stream. One for just it's just not fun writing to read. And two, due to, shall we say, philosophical and ideological differences. And three, if Marx wanted to start the petty bitch bullshit with Bakunin back in the day during the First International, well, then I'll finish it. Fuck him. He doesn't get his shit read on my channel. There. How's that? Is that petty enough for that little bitch? Hey, me Trey. My favorite book is Berlin, Das Kapital von Deutschland. Unless you're really familiar with Hegel and have us all grasp on neoclassical economics pre-Marx, then there's really no reason to read Capital anyway. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose there's prereqs to those as well. Like, it's not even whether you're familiar with Hegel and neoclassical economics. You have to have the mathematical underpinnings for the economics first, plus you have to have the philosophical underpinnings for Hegel as well. I mean, it's a whole fucking thing. It's just, we're not doing fucking Das Kapital ever. Like, that's not a thing. The tea has been spilled. It's confused scrub shit anyway. Nice. Street Med's book, actually. Oh, you mean wait, do you mean the Street Medic one that's in the library? Who was that by? Because I talked to him, actually. Riot Medicine, by Hakan. I can't say Hakan's last name. But yeah. Yes, the library one. Okay, yeah, so Street Medicine by Hakan. Yeah, I talked to him, actually. It's actually, I had my my mom, who's a lifelong nurse, read through it as well, just to make sure that the medical advice given was sound. And it is. She vetted it, and that's why it went up. Reading Das Kapital is the literary equivalent of getting pegged with a broken copper pipe. Says the person with a PhD in. Is it literature or English that you hold your PhD in premarital? What exactly do you hold your PhD in? Either way, somebody who specializes in language, one way, shape, or form. Oh, it's not a fun read, really. Oh, yeah, we could consider it. Let's see. I have to scroll up. Language and literature, same degree here. Interesting. All right. Hey, Barley. All right, so it would be, yeah, that's where it would be. Okay. I mean, that's sort of up to you guys. If you want to convince people to do a hard 180 and move to the right, it's a great read. Tell you what, I'll give you a few options, and then I may weigh in on top of that. Before, yeah, we got a low number here, and it's just a bunch of regulars for the most part. I'm gonna grab. That's probably not good for stream. Okay. Yeah, I'll grab 3. Rules for Radicals, Anarchy in Action, Activist Dao De Ching. Take your pick. I'll hear you out. See, this is where I'll disagree with you, Kat. I don't think anybody needs it. I'm going to side with Meat Tray on that one and go that sort of doctrinal philosophical underpinnings is useless to most people. Now, I'm for it for the educational aspect, but I really think that like Meat Tray's onto something in that regard. Sociology. All right, so I'm seeing a bunch of like activist Dao De Ching. So you know what you're getting into ahead of time. It is okay, so it's a series of like poems written by Bill Marin, and then just sort of short explanations as as a lifelong political activist, how he relates this. And each poem sort of relates to a passage within the Dao De Ching. Anarchy in Action sounds good. So you know, does it have a nice book smell? Yes, it has it's old enough that it has the old school book smell. Yes, it's been with me for a little bit, as you can sort of see by some of the page curling and shit like that. I've had a few run-throughs with it. I do enjoy it. It's a good book. Which one smells the best? Anarchy in Action, actually. I love how you guys are deciding this. Some Sense. Hey, Some Sense. Hey there. So yes, I love Dao De Ching. All right, so we're definitely like we've ruled out rules for radicals by the feel of it. So here's what I'm gonna do. We're just gonna do a quick one here. Oh, and by the way, for those of you who were here last night, if you were here last night, Duffy sent me a whisper saying, I don't remember any of that. Cheers. I do have a hangover. So for those of you who were here for all of that. Oh, Jesus Christ. There we go. All right, pull up. No, be over. Duffy was the one who was gift bombing like a motherfucker. I don't know what he got up to when the final count was all said and done. I think he hit like 29, maybe 30 gift subs. So yeah, that was Duffy. And yeah, I sent him a message thanking him for his generosity and telling him to drink some water. And I hope that he doesn't have a hangover. And he shot me a message earlier saying, "Oh, the hangover is real." And I don't remember any of that. He's like, "Cheers, though." So yeah, Duffy was just dropping it last night. We told him, multiple people, including myself, like, I hope you don't have any drunk regrets over this. I hope you don't need the money. He insisted that the money was not important. So. I hope your bank account is less red than your nose. As opposed to Anarchist, I'm refusing to vote. It is tied right now. So Estrella, okay, it just came out of tie. I was gonna say, Estrella, you could be the tie-breaking vote, just so you know. Like electoralism in action, I suppose. And what a refusal to vote looks like. Stop the count. Steal the count. Count the steal. All right, so it is done. So we're doing the activist doubting. All right. So not heavy reading. Most assuredly, this is not heavy reading. As an anarchist, I refuse. That is your right. That is well within your realm. Do you stop the count? Do you guys want the introduction? Do you want me to just like run through this verbatim? Or do you just want me to dump into the main part? Stop the feels. Count Heinrich von Stopp. No intro, start with stanza 1. Let's go straight into the main part. Start at the beginning. When you make it to the end, stop wherever you want. Verse 8, the highest good is like water, nourishing life effortlessly, flowing without prejudice to the lowliest places. It springs from all who nourish their community with a benevolent heart as deep as an abyss. Oh, that's the Dale translations. Beginning search for pansies. All right. Main part. Cool. Hang on. I'm sorry. The dance music just doesn't do it. Do I have like chill something? All right. I can vibe with that. I can work with that. Oh. Do we know which CIA agent wrote this? Bill Marin. I'm sorry, Bill Martin. Sorry. William Martin is how he's accredited, but he calls himself Bill. Chapter 1. Spontaneous action. Oh, actually, I should say verse 1. It's just verses. So, verse 1. Spontaneous action. Ideas, concepts, and words have separated us from life. Masquerading as friends, they have made us enemies of each other. Free of our own prejudices, we act with spontaneity. We move naturally. We accomplish what is necessary. Caught in our prejudices, we act as puppets, moving in lockstep to the beat of commerce. All emerges from the Tao. All returns to the Tao in time. Meanwhile, darkness deepens, bringing fear and despair. Darkness faced, however, opens into daylight. There's a transformative movement within the Tao that cannot be stopped, any more than water can be stopped from returning to its ocean home. Dams can be built, but it will seep under, flow over, burst through, or evaporate in rain on the other side. This is the energy we have flowing within and through us. 2. A quiet revolution. Change does not come from eloquence or persuasion. When injustice is the rule, justice always lies in wait. Where oppression flourishes, freedom ever lurks. Where death is the threat, life springs into being. The darkness of power, unknowing, contains the seeds of a bright new light. Therefore, the people act, but do not force. They teach without agenda, and let freedom emerge without conscious effort. We want justice now, but if we let the Tao flow through us, it alone will break the dam, sweep away the debris of greed, and cleanse our culture's wounds. Our role will be to ride that wave and gently help people find the freedom that it brings, rather than attempt to impose it upon them. Infinite justice. I can kind of hear cats screaming in the back of my head. Deal with it. 3. We are not fooled. When a nation values wealth and status, its citizens are easily controlled by their desires and their fears. When we learn to value simple things and are not enticed by power, we can open the hearts of people to the joy of ordinary life. We will not be fooled by clever words designed to keep us captive, promising us a better day someday. When we no longer believe these empty promises, already better days are on their way. And for the post-anarchists in the crew, you can see where and how I started getting Taoist vibes off of Newman's post-anarchism. We're not seeking justice just so everyone can share the trinkets of a consumer culture. We're seeking the freedom to live without artificially induced desires. When this happens, justice will be natural and flow like the river. 4. Without agenda. The Tao is empty of agenda, therefore full of possibilities. It's not a limited reservoir of energy, doled out in parcels to supplicants. It is an infinite field. We don't know what the future looks like. Transformation will surprise us with its form. If we knew what it would look like, our vision would be limited, and our efforts would be futile. We act in service to the formless Tao, not to the forms and functions of our restless mind. So we let the tension recede, our bodies relax, and our minds open to the future. Whatever is impelling us is rooted in a mystery. Whatever's happening to us is not the usual dance. Something new is being shaped that began before time itself was even formed. We're not causing it to happen. We're letting it happen in us. And I think I'm making enough of an inflection change that you guys can tell where the sort of the poetry portion ends and the sort of his summation of it begins. If I need to make that clearer, I can. 5. No preferences. Should I be relaxed listening to this because I want coffee? It's up to you. It's up to you. 5. No preferences. The Tao has no preferences and will not take our side. Oppressors and oppressed alike are born within and carried by the Tao. New forms are always appearing, for the Tao is always breathing, fresh new life into being and giving rest to the old. We'll often feel at war with those who cling to prestige and power, but it's the nature of power itself that we're fighting. Oppressor and oppressed will both be free when the desire for power is laid aside and the forms that support the power are dismantled. The Tao is like coffee, it will help you poop. Wow, now I have to get a new book. Thanks, guy. Well, you know, it's I like Bill. I like Taoists, quite frankly. Out of all of the like sort of spiritual, organized, religious type groups, they're my favorite. Zoroastrians, though, have the coolest name. Give me 1 sec. 6. Sure hope. The Tao gave birth to everything seen and unseen, to that which came before and followed after, the Big Bang of creation, the seeds of revolution, sprouting, blooming, blossoming within us at this moment. We're scattered in that first explosion, gathered in the hearts of stars, germinated in the oceans of life, and are born in our hearts today. Don't give in to frustration and despair. We may not live to see the day when we're all free, but that which began before the beginning of beginningless time cannot be thwarted. It is alive within us and will live on when you are gone. Timey the furry dingo. What's up? Your local furry is back again. So at least we have someone. Oh, okay. All right, cool. Zoroastrian. Wither. And welcome back, Dingo. I let chat decide. We're reading a book. And it is The Activist Tao Te Ching. Post-Tao anarchy. 7. Success. Yes. It was the grandfather, J. Miles, and one of the two, Bill W. and Dr. Bob, right? Bill W. took acid, and he had less cravings. Dr. Bob struggled with his cravings for the rest of his life, and he didn't take any psychedelics. There you go. Yeah. 7. Success. How can we succeed against terrible power? Because we do not seek to rule the people, but to follow them. Because we do not seek to gain power, but to remain behind the scenes. Our fears and desires have become mere phantoms, ephemeral, figments that no longer distract. We've let go of ourselves and are one with the movements of the Tao. We are without worry about success or failure. This is how we will succeed. The desire to change the world is not the energy that will carry the day. That will narrow your focus and divert our power. Without desires of our own, we can begin to cooperate with all the ways that the world and ourselves can heal. Tao is greater than NASDAQ. Post-anarchy Taoism makes sense to me. I'm telling you, post-anarchism and Taoism are weirdly relatable. It trips me out. 8. True power. Controlling power shows its benefits only to those who bow before it. This transformation, however, flows like a river, benefiting all in its path, asking nothing, withholding from no one. Therefore, we choose to live in simple dwellings, remaining close to nature and to the earth that feeds us. We keep our spirits quiet and our thoughts without turmoil. We speak our message clearly and with compassion. We manage things without controlling. We work with mindful concentration. We compete with no one. There will be the necessary marches, protests, and organizing, but much of our action will be unnoticed by power. Power will wake one day and discover that people have found their own way, no longer bothered by power's illusions. Welcome to anarchism. I've read multiple anarchist analyses that claim Taoists as a form of proto-anarchism. Not just like anarchy, but anarchism. It is philosophically underpinned. I was explaining something kind of like this to an ML the other day, and they went off on me. Fair enough, Kodo. Bow to power. 9. No praise, no blame. If we have something to lose, we will not succeed. We will cling to that thing, an opinion, a possession, or our reputation. Clinging, we will be vulnerable. Being vulnerable, we will remain prisoners to power. The way ahead is to work each day, then lay aside all thought of praise or blame, or gain or loss, and sleep in that peace. We will exhaust ourselves trying to please the multitude of voices clamoring for our attention. Assigning praise or blame to everyone we see, we're playing by the rules of our oppressors. We use our fear of loss to keep us quiet, distracted, and arguing amongst ourselves. Reading in high school definitely changed me. Yeah, yeah. Uh, 10 qualities. Here are the qualities necessary for a true revolution. A mind and body unified in focus and flexibility. A clear and non-judgmental vision that sees the ever-present light. A courageous kindness that acts, but remains unsung and unknown. An open life that lets things come and go while remaining undisturbed. A lighthearted acceptance of oneself, free of pomposity and self-importance. If we cultivate these qualities, we will lead without controlling, act energetically without forcing, and gain everything while possessing nothing. McSecular, you did a quick fucking PDF grab, did you? Yes, I don't know how far I'll go. We shall see. The qualities necessary for lasting change are inner qualities. They will manifest, to be sure, in outer acts, but their origin is within each person. If society valued and practiced these qualities, a revolution would not even be necessary. 11, and you know me, I take exception with the terminology of revolution, but it is neither here nor there. 11, I don't know. When we unite in our common cause, we present a visible force and are taken seriously. But it is the invisible spirit within us, seen by no one, that will do the work. We have beliefs and convictions running through our thinking minds, but it is the spacious place within these minds, the fertile emptiness, that will change the world. We will create new models by which we live together, but it will be the room and space we give each other that will bring us life. It's all too easy for us activists. Too easy for us as activists to become full of ourselves. A self-righteous halo often faintly glows in rooms where we gather, leaving no room for doubt, self-awareness, humility, and openness to a new idea. We fill the space with our wonderful intentions and have no place in which to utter the important phrase, "I don't know." My kids will sit down for a book club with me, and after we'll play D&D or something. Rock on. Information or wisdom? 12. Media continuously assaults the senses, then offers us something to buy to ease the stress. The voices clamor for our eyes, hands, ears, hearts, and bodies, offering trinkets in return for vital treasures. Wisdom sees and hears the outer world, but acts only at the urgings of the inner world. A truism asserts that information is power. Not really. Useless information is digested by a spacious heart instead of a conditioned mind. It's actually disempowering. The conditioned mind molds information into ammunition to hurl at opponents and justify our actions. The spacious heart sifts information carefully, not letting it overwhelm or confuse us, but making sure it carefully guides us along helpful paths. Hope and fear. 13. Both hope and fear are hollow companions. Each will trigger anxious thoughts. If hope and fear drive us, our actions will be built on unstable ground. We'll always second-guess our moves, looking over our shoulder, fearful even of our own friends, squabbling amongst ourselves, blaming and praising in a futile attempt to control people and events. Speak up, listen up, leftists. Only when we see ourselves and the world as one thing happening will our fears and hopes subside. We act upon the world, but are not separate from it. We're not healing the world from afar. We are part of the world, healing itself. We don't have to have hope for freedom. We don't have to hope for freedom and justice in our world, nor fear for their lack. The Taoist knows that the Tao will unfailingly bring balance to the world, but we do not know the how or the when of that process, nor what the next form will be. We are simply doing, in perfect freedom, that which is ours to do. You can see why anarchists have a soft spot for Taoists. It is funny. I managed to, just reading this book, I managed to shed 10 people from fucking, I was just watching the viewer count. I literally shed 10 people just by. Formless flow, 14. The change that is coming did not start in some particular place, nor at a particular time. It began when the Tao big banged itself into form, and it has been carried in the stardust that now makes up our bodies. Don't look for beginnings or endings, but find the seamless, formless flow that's returning always to the center where peace and justice wait. We don't have to make it happen. It's happening as I write, as you read. When we both look up, there it will be, waiting for us to simply do what's next. This is the paradox of true activism. We don't force, push, or strain, for these are the actions of the separate ego. Still, the power that moves us cannot be stopped. We don't push, but neither do we turn aside and pretend that our actions are not necessary. They are necessary, but they're truly helpful only when they arise from a deeper level than our egocentric mind. Tell you what, I'll stop on 15, and then we can switch books at 15. 15 is actually probably my favorite out of the entire book, quite frankly. Unlikely rebels. Those who would truly change the world do not seem like rebels. They are deliberate and careful, aware of every nuance and movement around them. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that patterning. Forgive me. For my pure performative brain, I have to start over. Those who would truly change the world do not seem like rebels. They are deliberate and careful, aware of every nuance and movement around them. They are kind and courteous in conversation. There's a lovely simplicity about them, something selfless and disarming, welcoming and accepting, and above all, clear. They're willing to wait patiently until proper action arises by itself. Then they move with surprising swiftness and power. Though their lives are at risk, they're calm and unworried because they are truly free. This revolution is like none that has come before. This one will happen with or without our help. See climate change. Thus, we are free to act without needing to push, pull, force, or convince. Our muscles will be relaxed, our speech will be gentle, and our actions will be filled with power. All right. Tell you what, we'll stop there. Maybe we'll pick up there another day. Activist Tao Te Ching by Bill Martin or William Martin. All right. Love it. Managed to drop 10 people. I don't get people. I don't get it. You're quite welcome, Mr. Fine. And yes, Tao equals equality. I mean, the Tao, yeah, it's more people. No, it is not whether. I can work on that. But it is at present not. More people need to sit down and read the Tao Te Ching. Thank you, Barley. Oh no, books. I know, right, boss? More people need to sit down and read the Tao Te Ching, especially anarchists and activists alike. Anybody who's concerned with the organization of their society needs to sit down and read the Tao. It is I love comparing it to the translation I have. Interesting. Well, it's not a translation, some sense. Like, it's literally, I mean, you know, he's taking inspiration from the chapters, but he's not translating them directly. But yeah, it is. I do find it. You finished it all this in 23 viewers. I do find it, you know, a fascinating study in political activism, motivation, and just sort of, I mean, definitely anarchistic thought and philosophy based on the fact that, I mean, you guys heard some of those passages. This is Anarchism 101, and it was written hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago, you know, in China. It's fascinating from an anarchist's point of view, especially like, you know, a Western schooled anarchist. Nice. Duly noted, some sense. Yeah. I've always been a fan of the Tao. Even if Lao Tzu was an apocryphal individual and it's a compilation text, I'm a fan of the text. Some of the translations I take exception with. There's one that's like the sort of like de facto one. If you search on Amazon for a copy of the Tao Te Ching, like it's like the highest upvoted one. It's some like modern interpretation version, and it's a shit translation. Let's just put it that way. Would it be considered the first anarchist writings? No. There's plenty of stuff that like predates that. That are sort of classified, that would, you know, within anarchistic schools of thought would be considered proto-anarchism. But it's definitely OG. It's definitely OG. Yeah. No, it was a wholesale takedown of Confucianism. Jesus Christ. Some sense, yeah. It is literally the antithesis to Confucianism. For those of you who don't know, Confucianism is very much regimented, very much hierarchical, very much categorical, class and strata-based societal organization, that sort of thing. Whereas the Tao is, you know, the Tao Te Ching is more about like, no, let's not do that. Full of strict rules from what I got off of it. Oh yeah, no, it's feudal ideology. It is. Yeah, it's very strict, very hierarchical, very categorical. It is a stratified set of class sects for society. Yeah, with basically no movement between them. It is absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, the Tao Te Ching is a send up of it. It's literally just taking the piss out of of Confucianism. Big fan of the Tao. Let's just put it that way. I don't know. Do you guys want to do? Oh God, did I fuck that page up? That's a shame. I hate doing that to books, but it happens. Yeah, very patriarchal. Very. Like, extraordinarily. Yeah, the anathema, to use religious terminology. All right, well, do you guys want to do any more reading? We could switch to something denser with less woo-woo for people, I suppose. Shut up and accept your place in society and prioritize what we say is good for society. Don't question us. Yes, very much so. I mean, we could read about federalization. We could, you know, we could read history of. We could read some, you know, what do I have? I have political theology. I've got South America. I've got No Gods, No Masters. If there's any anarchists that you guys are interested in, let's see. And I mean, I've got, you know, fuck me. I've got all sorts of books. But you guys let me know.
Manual labor. The cooperative associations already have proven that workers are quite capable of administering industrial enterprises.
Hey, Bakunin. I didn't know this was a thing, but thank you so much. I like this. Nice. Good find, Mcsecular. roll a dice for it. Oh, shit. I don't have any of those kind. I only have the only dice I have nearby are my fate die. So that's a neutral roll. That's a neutral roll. That's a neutral roll. Jesus Christ. All right. I'm attached to the mic now. All right. Where does dice spot? I'd have to input the list, Straya. So there's that. All right. Add it so we can do 1d20s, 2d3s, shit like that. Yeah. God, I'm tired as fuck. All right, I'm gonna just start, like part way through this, and then I'll do some of it, and I'll stop for discussion. All right, let's see if we can't get a back and forth going on this one. All right, I'm gonna read some excerpts from Anarchy in Action, and I may have to do some like editorializing and revision on the fly because this was written by somebody in Britain. And so also somebody in Britain who still uses, well, let's just say that a very gendered structure of sentence structure, as well as some old-timey terms. Let's just put it that way. Fake British accent. No, we don't do that. I'm literally just going to dump in the middle of a chapter. Because I think I have a decent spot where we can dump in. Now, my purpose in describing the handling of social conflict in non-governmental societies is not to suggest that we should adopt collective oaths as a means of enforcing social norms, but to emphasize that it's not anarchy but government, which is the crude simplification of social organization. And that the very complexity of these tribal societies is the condition of their successful functioning. The editors of Tribes Without Rulers summarize the implications in these terms. In societies lacking ranked and specialized holders of political authority, the relations of local groups to one another are seen as a balance of power, maintained by competition between them. Corporate groups may be arranged hierarchically in a series of levels. Each group is significant in different circumstances and in connection with different social activities, economic, ritual, and governmental. Relations at one level are competitive in one situation, but in another, the formerly competitive groups merge into mutual alliances against an outside group. A group at any level has competitive relations with others to ensure the maintenance of its own identity and the rights that belong to it as that corporation. And that it may have internal administrative relations that ensure coherence of its constituent elements. The aggregates that emerge as units in one context are then merged into larger aggregates in others. So we're talking about federalization and societal organization and network structure in this aspect. Nice, some sense. The balance of power is in fact the methods by which social equilibrium is maintained in such societies, not the balance of power as conceived in 19th century international diplomacy, but in terms of the resolution of forces exemplified by the physical sciences. Harmony results not from unity, but from complexity. It appears, as Kropotkin put it, as a temporary adjustment established among all forces acting upon a given spot, a provisory adaptation, and that adjustment will only last under one condition: that being continually modified, of representing every moment the resultant of all conflicting actions. Under the name of anarchism, a new interpretation of the past and present life of society arises. It comprises in its midst an infinite variety of capacities, temperaments, and individual energies. It excludes none. It even calls for struggles and contentions, because we know that periods of contest, so long as they were freely fought, without the weight of constituted authority being thrown on one side of the balance, were periods when human genius took its mightiest flights. It seeks the most complete development of individuality, combined with the highest development of voluntary association in all its aspects, in all possible degrees, for all imaginable aims, ever-changing, ever-modified associations, which carry in themselves the elements of their durability and constantly assume new forms, which answer best to the multiple aspirations of all. A society to which pre-established forms, crystallized by law, are repugnant, which looks for harmony in an ever-changing and fugitive equilibrium between a multitude of varied forces and influences of every kind, following their own course. Right? So we talk about this all the time. Or I do. I talk about this all the fuck time. The fact of the matter is, all right, Lucy. Good to know. We'll see what that does. Yeah. Thank you for telling me, though, Lucy. Good to know. Yeah. So anyway, we talk about that all the time, right? I mean, this is the OG of this sort of thing. Kropotkin, right? Pyotr Kropotkin. Putting it in his ever so highly educated, actual Russian aristocracy way. But there is no project of projects, right? Once you introduce individual autonomy into a system, then you can't predict the dynamic outcomes. Like, it's just not a thing you can do, nor would you want to attempt to do it. So ultimately, what the anarchistic project is the realization of that individual autonomy, those free associations, those reciprocal relationships. Oh yes, very much so, Wither. And so once you achieve that, now is when the anarchy starts. Hegel can eat my ass. Kaiser, lovely. Yeah. Someone mentioned Vosh and my name at the same time. Oh, Jesus. Lucy, are you still here? In what context did Samantha name drop me? Just out of nowhere? Or, I mean, just could you provide some little extra context? That'd be great. And shout out to the lowest numbered stream I have done in 4 months. I'm not kidding you. This is the lowest viewer count stream I have done in 4 months, probably. So I suppose it's apropos that I am tired and that we're just doing reading sessions. Absolutely ridiculous. So I'm trying to find... Jesus fucking Christ. All right, sorry. I just wanted to look at something. Thank you, Mystified. Wasn't watching their stream for very long. She called you out something like the most reasonable leftist she had encountered. Look, I'd rather be known as an anarchist rather than a leftist, but I will take anything that has the most reasonable attached to it. I will proudly wear that badge. So thank you for that added context, Lucy. Anarcho-Bidenist, fascist, Kaiist. fucking not create that. Jesus Christ, that's cursed. It's all good, says Barley. Something about helping pull her back from extremist stuff too, I think. Not really sure what the context of that was. I do. Let's see. That just mentioning that provides me with added context. So rock the fuck on. Thank you. Yeah. Because I'm so staunchly anti-authoritarian. Yeah, we had a conversation. We had a conversation about that and how that no es bueno. No es bueno. So thank you, Lucy. Yeah. Anarcho-Stalinist, fascist, Kaiist. Oh, God. Jesus Christ, that's fucking cursed. Oh, that's fucking cursed. All right. Anarchy is a function, not of a society's simplicity and lack of social organization, but of its complexity and multiplicity of social organizations. Right? How often do we fucking talk about this? How often do we have to deal with yes, Lucy, she was the ML who was in here on the air. Yes, that was Samantha. How often do we have to address that topic with people? That anarchism isn't chaos. It isn't a lack of organization. In fact, anarchists are highly organized. We're some of the most organized fucking people you will meet, usually. And so, you know, I mean, just right out of the gate, this is what this dude's talking about. Like, through that complexity of social organizations and that multiplicity of individual autonomy, this is where anarchism thrives. It's not only survives, but it thrives in that. Whereas centralization and the state, nice, where centralization and the state actually give rise to simplicity, and it gives rise to restrictive societal organizational structures, and it reduces that autonomy. I think this word has come to be defined slightly differently. Let me just check something really fast. Just want to check a quick definition. Transdisciplinary approach for exploring regulatory and purposive systems, structures, constraints. No, it works. Okay. Just wanted to check something there. Cybernetics, the science of control and communication systems, throws valuable light on the anarchist conception of complex self-organizing systems. If we must identify biological and political systems, wrote the neurologist Gray Walter, our own brains would seem to illustrate the capacity and limitations of an anarcho-syndicalist community. Quote, we find no boss in the brain, no oligarch ganglion or glandular big brother. Within our heads, our very lives depend on equality of opportunity, on specialization with versatility, on free communication and just restraint, a freedom without interference. Here, too, local minorities can and do control their own means of production and expression in free and equal intercourse with their neighbors. His observations led John D. McEwen to pursue the cybernetic model further. Pointing to the relevance of the principle of requisite variety. Quote, if stability is to be attained, the variety of the controlling systems must be at least as great of the variety of the systems to be controlled. All right? So stability is reliant upon the multitudes of the masses having control and autonomy of their own. This is where the stability comes from. It's not an exploitation of the base, but a utilization and an empowerment of that base. This is where local and individual sovereignty, not the fucking sovereign citizen bullshit, but individual and local sovereignty comes into play. This is where it arises. As the Bakunin critique of Marx, rather than a top-down, it's a bottom-up. And when you organize that way, when you build that way, then you get an inherent stability within the structure. It's just how it works. He cites Stafford Beer's illustration of the way in which conventional managerial ideas of organization fail to satisfy this principle. Beer imagines a visitor from Mars who examines the activities at the lower levels of some large undertaking, the brains of the workers concerned, and the organizational chart which purports to show how the undertaking is controlled. He deduces that the creature at the top of the hierarchy must have heads yards wide. McEwen contrasts two models of decision-making and control. Quote, first, we have the model current among management theorists in industry, with its counterparts in conventional thinking about government and society as a whole. This is the model of a rigid pyramidal hierarchy with lines of communication and command running from the top to the bottom of the pyramid. There's a fixed delineation of responsibility. Each element has a specified role, and the procedures to be followed at any level are determined within fairly narrow limits and may only be changed by decisions of elements higher in the hierarchy. The role of the top group of the hierarchy is sometimes supposed to be comparable to the brain of the system. Did I miss something, Gringo, that you said before? No, okay. Okay. Lucy, yeah, not just racism, fascism, neo-feudalism, it's a smattering. Some monarchism mixed in there gets a little weird sometimes. I don't have an invite to Dylan's Discord, but I mean, if somebody wants to fucking source that for me, so I don't have to go looking, that'd be amazing. But if that is to me, Gringo, if you're speaking to me, yeah, I'm not on Dylan's Discord. All right, so we've elaborated and elucidated upon the standard structure. The other model is from the cybernetics of evolving, self-organizing systems. Here we have a system of large variety, sufficient to cope with a complex, unpredictable environment. Its characteristics are changing structure, modifying itself under continual feedback from the environment, exhibiting redundancy of potential command, and involving complex interlocking control structures. Learning and decision-making are distributed throughout the system, denser perhaps in some areas than others. The same cybernetic criticism of the hierarchical, centralized governmental concept of organization has come more recently and in rather more opaque language from Donald Schoen in his Wraith lectures. He writes that the center-periphery model has been the dominant model in our society for the growth and diffusion of organizations, defined at high levels of specificity. For such a system, the uniform, simple message is essential. The system's ability to handle complex situations depends upon a simple message and upon growth through uniform replication. Like the anarchists, he sees an alternative, networks of elements connecting through one another rather than to each other through a center, characterized by their scope, complexity, stability, homogeneity, and flexibility, in which nuclei of leadership emerge and shift, with the infrastructure powerful enough for the system to hold itself together without any central facilitator or supporter. Yes, they are weird. It is to you. Message Mr. 2 Greek, man. I'm going to get you on a panel. So I'm selfish. All right, so is there something I need to be doing here? Hang on, let me just... All right, where... Gringo, let's see. It's to you. What do I need to be doing? Somebody catch me up. I have been reading and I'm tired. So I'm guessing I should probably go to Dylan Burns' channel first and foremost. Hey, Momo. Thank you for the host. And look probably for a Discord link somewhere. All right. Let me notification settings. No mute. Done. All right. Let me drop that way the fuck down there. No. You're fine, Gringo. You're fine. Hey, Cracknot. Cracknot, you got a gift sub last night from Duffy. All right. Hey, Shala. All right. So that's that. All right. Well, all right. I'm at least no, you're fine, Gringo. I'm at least on Dylan's channel and something. It's to you, Mr. Greek. Man, I'm gonna get you on a panel. Gringo, feel free to send a message back. You know what? Hang on. Was that the username? Right. Where's my? Let me open my whispers here. All right. Anyway, yeah, I'm slowly opening to, maybe a little more of it. We'll see. Oh yeah, I can definitely uncross my legs. Oh, you're fine, Gringo. You're fine. Also, let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, Mr. Okay, fucking. All right. Auto-correcting my message, by the way. He says go on Dylan's Discord. All right. So, let me just look for somebody here. Oh, I'm sure there's a hierarchy in here, given what I know. Yep. Oh, yeah, of course there is. Oh, God. Fuck me. All right, well, you can relay back, Ringo, that I am now in Dylan's Discord, and Mr. 2 Geek or Mr. Geek can find me, can send me a DM. Username is Proudly Kai. Yeah. I don't reach out to the panel people. But I have always had a policy in place that if they want to contact me, they can contact me. But I will not go seeking out a panel. It's just who I am. You got to invite me to the party. I don't invite myself. But I don't feel bad, Ringo. Don't feel bad. But yeah, feel free to relay that message back. Hippy dippy, usually 3 versus 3, left versus right. Cool. Thanks for being the go-between, Gringo. I appreciate it. Wow, I'm wrong. Australia. Oh, wow, I'm wrong. Yeah. You know, Dylan seems to keep a better, a tighter rein on that sort of shit. God, I'm getting exhausted. All right. What are we reading tonight? Momo. Well, Momo, you missed. We did 15 passages from the Activist Dao De Ching already. Gringo. Hey, Memphis. I figured that out. Thank you for the typo. We did 15 passages from the Activist Dao De Ching. That drives people out of the fucking room. I absolutely I have an utter disdain for them, Mystified. And then I was just doing some sections from Anarchy in Action, and sort of elaborating on the sort of passages, and then you know, we just had to do some housekeeping behind the scenes. That's all. By the way, I have been using the same pens for years now. These pens. I have like a giant box, and I just like them. I bought like a shit ton of them, and they just work for me. Let's see. I don't even know who makes these fucking things. Papermate. Interesting. Those are the best pens. Yeah, Papermate Inkjoy seems to be what they are. But yeah, I like them. Are you gonna do the hippy dippy debate? I mean, if Memphis, if I have a collection of weighted pens. Nice. If somebody reaches out to me and says, "Hey, do you want to do it from that panel, from that side?" Then yes, I will accept that invitation. But I will not, you know, go seeking it out. This is my standard policy. Military ones, as they were called. Interesting. Have you sold out to Big Pen? Not another one. It's good for the ink to have joy. Yes. Yes, God. You know who fucking 3M, I could do their terrible fucking company. They're like, you know, they've got all sorts of abuses and shit on their record. But I adore Post-it notes and tabs and shit. Like, all of my stuff is tabbed all to hell. And I have, you know, I constantly have Post-it notes, you know, going of different sizes and colors. I'm a total sucker for Post-it notes. Fuck it. I find them infinitely useful. I know. Yeah. Post-its are fucking brilliant. And highlighter. Oh, and if you didn't know, you can get highlighters with clear centers so you can see what you're highlighting. Yeah. That was a game changer. Anyway. Hey. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. I suppose back to Anarchy in Action. We'll do some little more. Shala, for years and years and years, I wouldn't defile my books with highlighters and shit like that. I saw them as sort of like, because many years I was fiction and stuff like that. I would not highlight books. I wouldn't desecrate books. I saw it as sort of like, you know, just a sacred text of sorts, all of them. Oh, lovely. One, 2, 3. So we're gonna do this, right? So apparently somebody's running a bot on just to disrupt bullshit. Interesting. Yeah, they all came in simultaneously. How many? 50? Yeah, maybe 50. So anyway. That's a thing. And I mean, I've got the fucking follow notification sound low enough that I can speak right over it. So it's not really that much of a disruption to me. So I think I will continue. But I find it interesting that somebody is, you know, putting that kind of effort in. That's something, I suppose, right? Bot red. Hey, I mean, don't people pay for that shit? Like, people pay, like, to, like, artificially increase their follower count and stuff like that. I mean, that just gave me, like, 50 extra followers for metrics or something like that. I don't know how many are here. I'm not even gonna bother fucking trying to count them, but... Yeah, someone paid to do that to your channel, apparently. Rock on. Somebody's literally paying to increase my follower count. Like, it's absolute bullshit. I don't, I know some people actually do that, but let's see. What do we, let me do a refresh here. Just want to, yeah, like 60 some odd follows. Interesting. Oh, Kaiser's kitty in the comments. Pretty kitty. He's a pretty kitty. So anyway, where was I? Okay, so we did that. We did that. Okay. Kodo, we could point you to a few. I don't know if anybody's live right now, but we could point you to a few. For sure. My cat's fucking insane, but I love her. She's a pretty kitty. Just put it that way. Could be some of those referrals. Among the reviewers of Donald Schoen's lectures, Mary Douglas perceived the connection with non-governmental tribal societies. Quote, once anthropologists thought that if a tribe has no central authority, it has no political unity. We were thoroughly dominated by center theory and missed what was under our noses the entire time. Then in 1940, Professor Evans Pritchard described the Nuer political system and Professor Fortes the Talensi. These are two tribes. They analyzed something uncannily close to Schoen's movement or network system, a political structure with no center and no head, loosely held together by the opposition of its parts. Authority was diffused through the entirety of the population. In each case, politics were conducted in an idiom of high generality, the idiom of kinship, which sat very loosely to the political facts. In different contexts, different versions of their governing principles had really only family resemblances. The system was nearly invincible and flexible at the same time. Let's see. Thus, both anthropology and yeah, he is a nice person though. I will back Mystified up on that one. Critically thinking veteran has, I haven't spoken to Critically directly, but I know people that go on the panels that they have occasionally, and they seem pretty cool, despite differences of, ideology and stuff like that, right? Like they're not one of the ones that are deserving. Let's just put it that way. Thus, both anthropology and cybernetic theory support Kropotkin's contention that in a society without government, Harmony would result from an ever-changing adjustment and readjustment of equilibrium between the multitudes of forces and influences, expressed in an interwoven network composed of an infinite variety of groups and federations of all sizes and degrees, local, regional, national, and international, temporary or more or less permanent. For all possible purposes, production, consumption, and exchange, communication, sanitary arrangements, education, mutual protection, defense of the territory, and so on. And on the other side, for the satisfaction of an ever-increasing number of scientific, artistic, literary, and sociable needs. How crude the governmental model seems by comparison, whether in social administration, industry, education, or economic planning. No wonder it's so unresponsive to actual needs. No wonder as it attempts to solve its problems by fusion, amalgamation, rationalization, and coordination, they only become worse because of the clogging of the lines of communication. The anarchist alternatives is that of fragmentation, fission rather than fusion, diversity rather than unity, a mass of societies rather than a mass society. Yeah. Somebody apparently paid to like add a bunch of fucking follows to the followers to the channel. Me try. So like they just drove up the follower count by like 60 or something like that. So I just turned off the alert. Yeah. McLuhan, because I listened to a bunch of Terrence McKenna in my day, there's no way for me to escape McLuhan, Raka. So for sure. Yeah. Do follows do anything? No. I mean, they're just sort of a metric. There's, you know, people can just sort of judge you by it, I guess. I mean, it got me that much closer to breaking the 2,000 follows mark, right? Something like that. Do follows? But yes, Raka. Yeah, the externalization of memories, the transposition, or not transposition. I'm sorry, I'm very tired right now, Raka. But the sort of evolution of how creative thought, memory, and ideation evolved under sort of a, you know, from oratory to the written word to typeset word to radio to television to the internet, that McLuhan-esque evolution of how thoughts are processed in the populace based on the media, the medium of the media. Yeah, it is fascinating to look into. Yeah. Why is your sleep schedule so AWOL? Delayed phase sleep disorder. If you want to look it up, whether it goes by a few different names. Basically, my sleep schedule is, my circadian rhythm is constantly shifting. It's a whole fucking thing. It's a pain in the ass. I've lived with it my entire life. It was only till maybe 5 years ago that I met somebody. They're like, oh no, I know somebody who is just like you. And they're like, you need to look into delayed phase sleep disorder. And so, you know, I looked it up and I was like, holy shit. Whole fucking life. Yeah. It's a whole thing. Would the military sleeping method help? You mean sleeping in between gunfire? Or do you mean polyphasic sleeping? Because naturally we slip into polyphasic sleeping anyway, but... I'm good, Raka. I like a good sleep deprivation. It's like drugs, but free. I'm down with it. Sleeping during gunfire. Yeah. All right. So I'm really curious, like, you know, let's see. All right. So we've got that was 10 minutes ago, and it's still going. Let's see which one, see if I can catch one here. 27 CW. If I can see how far away we are from. It's gonna be a while. Or I've just missed it because I'm fucking exhausted. I just skipped over it, didn't see it. Ah, there we go. LMP82A or IMP, whatever. IMP. Yeah, busy. I'm done looking. So I spent the bits. Dylan said get with Greek. I guess my powers are limited. Okay. Oh, because they're not viewer bots, they're follow bots, Mcsecular. Yeah, there's two different kind of bots that people actually pay for on Twitch. Viewer bots versus follow bots. I went months of only sleeping 2 to 3 hours a day. I have some weird gene where I can run off only 4 to 6 hours of sleep. Sleep deprivation makes me typo a lot. It is, dude. Yeah, it's weird. Like, there's a bunch of us that you read this shit about delayed sleep phase disorder, and you're just like, oh shit, is this what's been wrong with me my entire life? Yeah, it's a whole fucking thing. Wither. Let's see. Hey, we're almost near the end of it. Wait, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Jesus, Gringo. Thank you. That will pop up in a couple little bits here. Thank you, though, Gringo. And no worries. You don't have to do that. I hope you know you don't have to do that at all. 45, right? Where was that? Or are these just flooded in no particular order due to how rapidly they came in? What do you bet? Either way. Yes, Cave, we're getting zoomed too. Drove my numbers up though. I'm like 46 away from being 2,000 followers now as a result of this. Yeah, somebody had to pay to do this. I mean, this is the thing. Like, I highly doubt that whoever set this up is running their own distributed Twitch bot system. They got feminist critique earlier too. Interesting. Oh, well, I've closed Discord, so... Luckily on that front, we're okay. Yeah. Discord raids were a couple of days ago. Nice. Yeah, that's something that doesn't affect our community. We had that happen once and never again. Let's just put it that way. I learned my lesson. There are no open invites to the Discord community anymore. Chris Rubio, artist, welcome. Hello. We're just dealing with apparently a bot that's going around right now. Fun times. Yeah, I mean, technically, normally people pay for it, public. Like, people pay for bots to increase their viewer count or their follower count. And apparently somebody has just chosen it as a manner of spam for a bunch of the channels today, apparently. But yeah, normally it's a service you'd have to pay for. Quite frankly, I would appreciate it not being there just because, you know, I want accurate reflection of metrics. But, you know, not much I can do about it, right? But yes, hello, Chris. Fuck me. Twitch does get rid of the bots eventually. Eventually is the operative term there, Estrella. Eventually is the operative term. What's your take on living in Los Angeles? Should I move the fuck out to Texas or Florida? Seriously. That's up to you, Chris. But, I mean, if it's just, you know, if it's just financial, Texas is a shit show. Exactly, public. Exactly. Public gets it. Yeah, Texas is a shit show right now. It's probably not going to be shaping up anytime soon. So just be aware of that. You're clearly looking for some place without an income tax based on Texas and Florida. Nevada doesn't have one either. I would tell you, please don't move here. Enough Californians have already fucked up our housing market. But, I mean, you know, free autonomy and all of that. Anarchist, after all. I'd rather be in Florida than here. So, if you're looking for a place that is without income tax, then I'm a stand-up comic. Austin, Texas is looking promising. It depends. Are you gonna be on the road, Chris? Is the question. Are you gonna be a road comic, or are you just gonna be working your town? If you're going to be a road comic, hey, good to know, Rocco. We have a pretty good Medicaid system in this state. I have to, you know, but I didn't know Washington was one of the ones without income tax. Of course, that's always in play. I would tell you Florida. Hey, Squid, thank you for the raid. I would tell, and welcome all of you tentacled bastards. Welcome. We're getting spammed by a bot right now. Just increased my follow count a bunch. Apparently it's going around. Chris, if you're going to be a road comic and you're going to do a bunch of driving rather than flying, I would actually suggest Florida. Just because of the Eastern Seaboard, doing the drive. You could do the entire Miami circuit. You've got South Beach, you've got Miami, Fort Lauderdale. But you could do the run up to Atlanta. You could do the run up to, outside Washington, the Maryland area. You could do the run up to New York. Then you can do the run up to Boston and everything in between. And so, it's definitely, it's a thing. And so, Florida for the comic scene, not so much the comic scene in Florida, but if you're it's not a terrible place to live. Two, it is honestly, the Eastern Seaboard, for the stand-up comedy scene is better than the Western Seaboard. It just is. Sorry. But I am a comedy snob. You did come to the right place, Chris. I am an aficionado of stand-up. I adore it as an art form. It's a storytelling medium and all sorts of stuff. But comedian scene in Florida is actually pretty good. It's, it's a chill place. So, yeah. It can be, but I'm biased. I'm a Daniel Tosh fan. He's done some stuff. Look, he's done some stuff I find funny. Yes. His show is shit. But he's done some stuff that I find funny. No, Chris. I have zero. I can analyze stand-up. I can tell you who is a hack. I can tell you why bits work. I understand it. Cannot do it. Can't do it. I can't write a joke to save my life. But I absolutely adore stand-up comics. Legitimately. They're probably my favorite people on the planet. Yeah. But yeah. So Squid, how was your stream? How was what did y'all do? Hey! Let me get that on the screen. So we are done with the follow bot. Gringo, again, thank you for the biddies. And there's Squid's raid. Dude, the Villages is wacky as shit. Dude, that is weird. Yeah, I grew up going to Florida because of my one set of grandparents retired down there. So I'm familiar with the area. Yeah, the Villages is fucking weird as shit. Talk about some capitalist, neo-feudalist company town bullshit. It's pretty chill. Played some Paper Mario. Talked about LGBT stuff. Laughed at Milo being ex-gay and sodomy free. Somebody mentioned that yesterday, Squid, that Milo was now like not gay or something like that. And I just did the mere mention of his name. I'm just like, oh fuck, will he go away? But okay. I don't even know what to say to that. No, he's not. He's not. These fucking, that ex-gay shit is hilarious to watch. Hi. Oh my God. So I went to a training seminar. We went to a camp. It was this super intensive summer camp. And we went, it was just all of us boys. And, they told me how my gayness was it was unnatural. And, we watched a lot of straight porn and read from the Bible. And I mean, at first it was icky, sure. But now I'm in a loving and committed relationship with my wife, cue the butch lesbian. And we so love each other. It's amazing. Jesus Christ, those fucking. It is every time you see one of those like conversion therapy, pray the gay away, 10 easy steps and I got rid of my gay fucking people. They're always over the top gay. You're like, dude, give it up. Give it up, bro. You still like cock. Just admit it. Yeah, Gringo, usually it's societal pressures. It's peer groups and shit like that. What about your husband? He's been demoted to roommate. Hey, Cassie, Kai, listened to you reading and having a crazy follow bot while doing an international Wafu raid hour for Pokemon Go. I was dying. Well, thank you. Thank you, Cassie. I'm glad that you derived some entertainment. But Kai, did you just try praying it away? That worked for me. Gringo, who the fuck knows? Maybe he wasn't gay. I mean, maybe he's not strictly gay. Like Kinsey scale, you know, he realized partway along the way that, you know, he's bi, or, you know, he dabbles in the cock occasionally, and, you know, but really what he desires to have a romantic relationship. It's a spectrum, dude. You know, so maybe he figured some shit out about himself. Totally possible. I like men because it's been the only thing I've ever been attracted to. Dabbles in the cock is definitely the quote of the day. Yes, communism is very bad. CIVB, welcome back. I knew when I was 6 in the playground. I wanted to chase the boys around, not the girls. I've never been attracted to women. I've never been attracted to the opposite sex. I've been gay from the word go. You can die on that hill, Lucy. I won't be dying by your side. Shoot, Gringo. It's, you know, this is like the opposite of a safe space, so go for it. Just, Kai came out going, ew, China. Yeah, honestly, they freak me out. They really do. Like, just the sight of one, it's like, oh, Jesus Christ. It's not a thing I like. Just isn't. So, you know, but that's me. You do you. But yeah, Milo being ex-gay is the hilarity of the week as far as I'm concerned. That dude, fuck, sure. I'm sodomy free. Sure, Milo. Does everybody have a link? He's not on Twitter. How did he publicize this? How did the word get out that Milo fucking is now post-gay? Joe likes that. I like his like consumer advocacy show. I like that. It's good work. Some men come out of the vagina going, well, I'm never going back in there again. Exactly. Yeah, it's just some of us. It's, you know, when did you decide that you were straight, right? Like, when did you decide that you were attracted to women? You know, it's the same fucking thing, dude. We're, you know, the only confusion most gay people have is because of societal norms. If you grow up in like this sort of like non-existent space, like I did, just in the wilds of Vermont, basically, you figure it out pretty quickly. Yeah, I knew. Oh. Oh, fuck me. I figured this is what was coming, Gringo. This is a touchy subject, and I feel differently about this, than some people do. I've also been on the receiving end of some of this like shame shit before. Here's my beginning, middle, and end. All right. As long as there is enthusiastic consent, who you fuck and why you fuck them, or who you lie down in bed with and why you lie down in bed with them, is nobody's fucking business. Other than parties involved, as long as they are of consentable age, they are adults, they are enthusiastically consenting. Everything beyond that, the discussion is moot. I don't give a shit about anything, right? You don't get to tell somebody who they fuck. You do not have you are not entitled to sex. You are not entitled to a relationship. I do not give a shit. You don't get to tell somebody who they can and can't be with. You can't tell them who they should or should not be with, for whatever fucking reason, because that is a hill I'm willing to die on. That is a slippery slope, truly. oh, well, you know, in this instance, it's perfectly fine to tell people who they have sex with. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I'm sure the evangelical Christians won't seize upon that immediately. So yeah, that is, it's a thing. I firmly know what you're getting at, Gringo, without going into it. You don't get to tell people who they have to fuck. Hey, Mystified, thank you for the Prime sub. 2 month. See, Steve with Q, which I love that name, by the way. You don't even get to ask that question. I mean, it's perfectly fine to engage in dialogue, but that's, if Gringo doesn't want to answer, that is perfectly acceptable. It's not something that, it's just, this is the line, folks. Like, this is the line. You don't get to fucking say. Like, you don't get to, that's just, people's sex lives are their own. This is the line I draw.
If it's an accident, there's an error that feels good, then you leave it in. You know, you want those.
Exactly, Astray. You don't have to fuck anybody to want them to have rights and be taken care of, right? Like, this is... It's weird. It's touchy. There's people on both sides of this issue, especially on the left. There's activists who, you know, I adore and love, who would disagree with me vehemently. But the fact of the matter is that as far as I am concerned, as an individual, as an anarchist, what you do in your bedroom, as long as it's with someone of within the age of consent or above, and they are providing consent, I'm done. I don't have any interaction beyond that. Like, I don't care why you like or don't like. I'm not engaging in that sphere of your life. If you want to invite me into it and tell me about it, by all means you can. But I would never attempt to be prescriptive in this area of somebody's life, especially as an anarchist. But also just as a human fucking being. By the way, Steve, I'm not coming at you, Steve. Like, I know. I was told, okay, just a couple months ago, that the gay community, the LGBT community, had done away with sexual preference because it implies that it can be shifted or modified or changed, right? Like, I was firmly informed of this, that sexual preference is gone, because it indicates that it's soft language that indicates that it could be shifted, that it could be moved, and that our sexual orientations are more ossified than that. And it's a subtle attack tactic used. Just saying. I don't like seeing that term.
If it's an accident, there's an error that feels good, then you leave it in.
Squid. Oh, I got hit a couple of ways to fucking Sunday on that one. Yeah. Multiple people. And articles and blog postings and an official GLAAD page about it as well. Yeah. That term went out the window. I wasn't even paying attention, and that shit went out the window. Euphemism treadmill, I guess. But, yeah. You are attracted to what you are attracted to. Many times, that isn't even within your conscious control. And as such, yeah, hashtag Kai's a terrible gay, apparently. No, I'm already a terrible gay. I don't give a shit about fucking decorating. I don't give a shit about the club scene. I don't give a shit about fucking all of the stereotypical cliched gay culture stuff. Never have given a shit about. So, yeah. See, that makes sense to me. Yeah, that makes sense to me, Lucy. I totally could get on board with that. Like, if the bi community just wants to fucking, like, plant their flag in sexual preference and just be like, bi and pan, and just be like, this is ours, I'd be all over that. I'd get on board with that one. Hello, Kimberly. I'm just simply sexual. Hello, Curio. No prefix needed. Like I said, it's a touchy subject for a lot of people, and I understand that. And I hope to bring some nuance into it. But the fact of the matter is for me, it's really fucking simple. You don't get to tell people who they're attracted to. You don't. And anything that, like, crosses that line into, like, shaming people for it, I'm super uncomfortable with. I get really uncomfortable when you enter in, like, when people enter into that arena. Well, welcome. I'm an American. Hi, my name's Kai. I'm an anarchist. I'm your friendly neighborhood anarchist. But welcome, Kimberly. We're just having a little bit of a discussion here concerning human sexuality and interactions and nuances therein. But if you have any questions, if you've got any, statements of fact or opinion, feel free. It's pretty much an open forum most of the time. I mean, I wouldn't CIVB. I mean, technically, I suppose you could if you want to be the most fucking reductive and pedantic asshole of all time. But that's sort of the discussion being had, is, yeah, you're not entitled to it. RV. Where is? Hey, RV. I'm sending you a DM in Discord. Just open it and scroll, and then you'll start to understand where I'm coming from. Enjoy. Fascinating, Gringo. I'm going off topic. Thank you, Estrella. And I'm sure there's a reason for it, but food not bombs, only allowing vegetarian food is the most ridiculous thing. I get having vegetarian options. Hold on, I have to sneeze. Oh, worst feeling ever. Sneeze didn't come. Oh, God, that's awful. I get having vegetarian options, but only vegetarian options kind of suck. Let people eat what they want. No, Gringo, you're fine. Yes, Estrella, FNB is a vegetarian organization. It's an ethical choice that the founders made, and all of the iterations have held consistent on for environmental and ethical reasons. I disagree with it on a certain basis. I do think that the utilization of already slaughtered animals that would otherwise go to waste is worthwhile. But they would argue perpetuation of a system, that sort of thing. So it is what it is. Take it or leave it. Yes, that is actually true. Could you make a challenge that makes here in Brazil? Now you know where I'm coming from, RV. And keep scrolling, by the way, RV. Keep fucking scrolling. Just keep on fucking scrolling. Now you know where I'm coming from. It's just my small point of contention. That's all. Kimberly, could you make a challenge that makes it here in Brazil or makes here in Brazil? I'm not entirely sure. Kimberly, if you want to type it in Portuguese, whatever your question is, by all means, I'll run a translator over it. But it's TAO. Yes, they do, Cassidy. Fucking Farmer Cassidy up in the hizzy. Yes, RV, it is. It is a lot. Sorry for doing some like inside baseball in front of everybody else, but it is definitely not TOS friendly. It's a whole fucking thing. It's a whole fucking thing. But I wanted RV to know. Yeah. Yes, that is true, Cassie. Pet food and organic fertilizer is what already slaughtered animals that don't get consumed otherwise get turned into. Or they get rendered and then, a whole other set of issues. But yes, they do get utilized. Whether, yeah, you're Archons now, right, on Discord? Let me be returned to the DAP. Oh, Australia. Hey, fucking gringo. Thank you again. I mean, you're a grown-ass adult. I don't have to tell you what you can and can't do with your money, but thank you kindly. Much appreciated. All right. I hope you're not also drunk, Gringo. Yeah, we had Duffy last night, who I think 29 or 30 gift subs by the end of the night. Totally hammered, doesn't remember a bit of it. Completely okay with it though. He's not hurting for cash. It's not going to bankrupt him, and he's perfectly, he's right chuffed at the idea that he did that. Yeah. Rock on, Gringo. Fair enough. Working for the enemy, I see. Some context for you, Wither. Now. Hey, it's what I know. Fair enough. No, I don't think. That's probably not going to be happening this stream. It's dumping 30 subs when they've got spare money. Who does that? I know, right? I mean, I can check, but I'm pretty sure she is, quite frankly. Or they. I don't fucking know. Moderation. Banned chatters. I mean, I'm not finding MAGA Princess. So, yeah, Control F doesn't find him, and quick scan over the list doesn't find him either. Chances are they caught an IP ban. Not a channel ban. Oh yeah, speaking of games. Where's fucking Momo? There's fucking Momo. There it is. God damn it, where is this stupid spreadsheet, Momo? Sure, why not? Let's see. Giveaway, 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 giveaway. Open giveaway. There we go. Exclamation giveaway. I'm giving away a Steam key or 3. We'll see. Hey, thank you for the follow, Cave. I don't know why it didn't pop. Why the fuck did your follow just pop? Oh, there was something. There's okay, CIVB. Like most people that are vegans and actually care about the planet first, they just use that stronger argument about how to cover their true feelings about killing animals. And I experience most vegans do plenty enough for killing the planet in other ways. I mean, it depends. That's a per case basis. CIVB. I don't necessarily disagree, but I don't agree either. Right? Like I said, that's a per case basis for me. I would quiz that person immediately and be like, okay, so what are you doing in these other areas? What was your consumption prior to going vegan? What, that sort of things. If you get banned on enough channels, Twitch will block your IP. And your IP is unique. It's not even unique. It's the identifying address for your home connection or whatever connection you're using. There you go. It stands for Internet Protocol, by the way. Challenge for you to try hit sentences in Portuguese. Try to guess the meaning. Okay. Kimberly, fair enough. Dude, mystified. Right? Yeah, I feel you, mystified. Is static IP not a premium option nowadays? It just sort of depends. Let's see. Just got your last DM, RV. Yes, it is. For sure. VPN does. It does. Oh, Zealot's not here to try and see if he can win. Zealot wins. Zealot has won 4 out of 5 drawings. When he enters. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. All right, I'm just gonna pick a winner here. Hey, Kirid. Congratulations. You may or may not like the game. There are no promises on that. Some of them are older, some of them are newer. But I'm gonna whisper you the key. And there you go. Enjoy. Compliments of Momo. Momo, of course. And let's shout out Momo. There we go. Jesus Christ. There we go. Bye, public. Are you streaming tonight? Like, soon? Not that I'm trying to raid out to you already. But, yeah. Catch you later, public. Let's see. You're quite welcome, K-Raid. Okay, so I speak a little bit of Spanish. I may have, something about a bath. Wait. Agua. So this, don't take a water bath? Okay, so there's something about milk and a water bath and milk in that sentence, Kimberly. Yeah. That's, I have enough of a Spanish that I can sort of, Portuguese and Spanish sort of sometimes sound similar. But there's something about water going. There's a bath, there's water, and there's milk. Yeah. So something about taking not taking. Wait, let me. Yeah, I don't know whether it's not taking a water bath. Don't know. You know what? Let me translate it just for shits and giggles now. No more water, take a milk bath. Okay. Well, all right. That's about as weird of a sentence as I sort of expected. Yeah. Or not expected, but, you know. Yeah. We'll see how long you last. It means no more water takes milk bath. Yeah. All right. Oh, yeah, barley for sure. For sure. Yeah, like that's some royalty level shit. Is when you're taking milk baths. Okay, so hang on, let me strike this out. Oops, wrong. I'm reopening the giveaways. If anybody who wasn't in the earlier ones, it's a phrase from a song. Oh, okay. Dude, almonds are terrible for the environment. If you didn't enter before, you can type exclamation giveaway and I'll throw you a Steam key. Yeah. Vegan milk baths. Of course I care about the environment. Nice, Cave. Yeah, I was just say McSecular. Wrong character, but you got it. Yeah, Estrella. Show suggestions. You mean the alternate history? Cave. No, we're not nihilists. Although there are anarcho-nihilists. I can point you to one. Dysnomia is an anarcho-nihilist from Australia. Yeah. They stream. Jesus Christ. They stream in the early AM for the US, though. Yeah. So what are things that an anarchist would care about? Individual autonomy, free association, mutual aid, solidarity, power dynamics, collapsing down or unjust power and authority within a society. End goals, eliminating things like nation states, community organizing. Fundamentally, most anarchists are educators. That's sort of where we all start, is educating people. So probably the thing that is closest to most anarchists' hearts is education. Second after that is mutual aid. All right, now I gotta fucking, you're not pulling these out of nowhere. I gotta know what these are. Cave. Yeah, except we care about the community, unlike the libertarians. See, for anarchists, it's not about just the individual. It's about the empowerment of the community through the individual sovereignty. All right, through the autonomy. It's not an eschewing of the community nor communal responsibilities just because you see yourself as an individual. It's about the lifting up of the society and the community through that empowerment of the individual. It's a recognition that you are not an island and that in fact you do exist within a dynamic set of networks. It's, yeah. Libertarians, especially neo-libertarians, especially American libertarians, stray entirely too close to Randian objectivism, which is most assuredly not in line with anarchists, nor are we capitalists. There's no way to rectify that. Okay, Cave, take it down a notch. That one was a little... earlier Kai read us a book that really helps with doomerism. The Activist Guide to the Tao Te Ching by Bill Martin. No, I was just running a translation over it. Cave. I was just paying attention because there was shit on my screen that I couldn't read. So I was making sure that I could read it. Yeah, mix secular. I heard Ayn Rand. I brought a crucifix and garlic as quick as possible. Thank you, Marcus. Be sure to like drape the garlic over her gravesite and fucking make sure she doesn't rise again. Her and Thatcher. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, did Kimberly do another one? Oh, Kyokara, etc. Okay, I would have gotten rice out of that one. Let's see. Viva Live. Yeah, that one I don't think I would have gotten much out of, Kimberly. Sorry I missed it though. Bye. Bye, Kimberly. Sleep well. Take care of yourself. Add Limbaugh to that list now. Fuck, where's the crab emoji? Just for you, Lucy. Fuck you too, Cave. Alright, Squid. What did Barley want to know? Oh, yeah. Sorry for yawning on stream. Sorry if that just got a bunch of people to yawn. No, I don't know what I want to fucking do. Me be tired. Any of you fuckers want to have a conversation? I don't know. We go back to reading some theory. We could fucking... Yeah. Oh, yeah, I didn't do the... I didn't close the giveaway either. Pick a winner. Hey, Cassidy. Cassidy got a fucking win on that one. Oh, fucking the list just... I'm looking at this list and it just grew. Momo. Oh, thank you, Momo. Yeah, that's definitely not happening. Who fucking Estrella? That's definitely not happening. Let me find Cassidy. There's Cassidy. Quick whisper. There you go, Cassidy. In your whispers, Steam key. And here's one just in chat. So, hey, Lost. Yeah, so whoever gets to that key first in chat, it's yours. Cave. You know that's not happening. How much, Jesus Christ. Give me one sec here. Cool. See, libertarians want to eliminate the government, or at least they want minimalism, right? Anarchists aren't necessarily about the elimination of organizational structures that you would otherwise perceive to be governance. We're about a radical change of that organizational structure, right? We're about ground-up organizing. We're about hierarchies. We're about, consensus decision-making. We're about federated communities. So as it stands, if you, Cave, if you minimized the current system of governance that we currently have at present, syndicalism is trade unions running the show. Works perfectly within state systems, right? Like syndicalism works within a nation state setting. There is anarcho-syndicalism, which is anarchistically organized syndicalism, which I'm an advocate for as a half step, as a temporary measure while we fix some other shit, right? But if you eliminated or just got rid of most of what we have right now, you'd be doing more harm than good. Now, if you wanted to talk like military industrial complex, okay, we could open the doors to that conversation. If you wanted to talk about getting rid of the insurance industry, I'd be open to that. Oh, wait, you're talking about... See, this is the thing. This is where libertarians and anarchists are going to fundamentally disagree. I see corporations as a form of governance. They're inseparable. The company town is a thing. If you removed the government that you have a problem with and just left the corporations, they become the de facto system of governance. That's feudalism. That's just neo-feudalism. That's absurd. That's regression, not progress. And so all you're saying is, hey, I don't want Joe Biden to be my master. I want Bill Gates to be my master. That's fucking stupid. That's stupid as shit. This is where libertarians just have their heads up their asses. Like, hey, you know that totally oppressive, coercive, hierarchical system that we hate? Yeah, I'd rather replace it with this totally oppressive, hierarchical other system. What? The problem wasn't the labels. The problem was the actual structure of the organization. Capitalism still has that inherent, hierarchical nature. It has the inherent coercive nature. It has the inherent exploitative nature. Hey, interesting, Barley. ANCAP versus feudalism is a matter of form over function, or form rather than function. Welcome to Tesla Town. We have roads that charge your car, but you aren't allowed to use them. We have solar panels on every roof, but we sell the power, so you get rolling blackouts. Exactly, Lucy. It's the truth. I'm sorry if the truth is harsh, but I mean, the fact of the matter is that capitalism is exploitative. It is coercive. It is hierarchical. There's no way to rectify the situation coming from an anarchist point of view. There is no such thing as ANCAPs. They're neo-feudalists who use a bad faith, inorganic argument to provide themselves political cover for their shit position. And, by the way, let's just call it what it is. It's monarchism, right? It's monarchism with feudalistic tendencies or feudalistic aesthetics, right? Rather than the king, what you want is the CEO. I mean, this smacks of Burkean conservatism. This is essentially the defense of the French monarchy against revolution. It's an absurd position to take, especially when you argue for individual sovereignty. Sourcing the origin of the phrase, not necessarily all those that use it. I will grant you that. Read that. Read that. You desperately need to read that. All right. You want a system where you're just a man on an island. You're not. You're not. Anarchists recognize this. We are about the empowerment of the social group because and through the autonomous individual. Oh, hey. I remember you. I just pulled up your user history. Yes, you do, Momo. Yes, you do. 2 of them right now. 2 of them. One of them maybe a little more than the other, but yes. Yeah, it's fun having the full user history as a streamer, being able to pop that open and see everything they've ever said on your channel at least. Interesting. Just going through the user history. Yes. Marcus. As a mod, I know it's glorious. Yeah, it is. It is fascinating. looking through user histories and chat histories on these people and seeing all of the bullshit that they've gotten up to in the past. Because let's face it, I see, you know, hundreds of people on a regular basis, thousands over the course of this. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Neo-feudalists, huh? They're weird. They're weird. It is. And I think somebody pointed out earlier that, like, anarchy is derived from the Greek anarchos, means without ruler. Doesn't mean without organization. Doesn't mean without structure. It doesn't mean, you know, society collapses into fucking just shit fuckery. It's not every man, woman, and child for themselves. I should say. But hey, who's got time for reasoned logical arguments? Who's got time for political science? Who's got time for actual knowledge of anarchism and libertarianism? But hey, you know, fuck do I know? I'm just a guy, right? Yes, exactly. Oh, fuck. Are you the idiot? I'm sorry. I'm going to resort to ad hominems because I'm super tired. And are you literally the person? You are literally the person who has argued for Ancapistan. Like, literally. Ancapistan is the stupidest fucking idea on the face of the planet. Do you want to live in a place that will inevitably be dominated? You are the person who argued with Irish Swede about economics. Holy shit, it's all just rushing back. It's all just rushing back now. You argued with Swede over economics. Yeah. I remember this now. Yeah. I'm recalling. No, not you, Joseph. Fucking CIVB. No, you're not. Those are just words you've mashed together that don't mean anything at that point. You can't have anarchism and capitalism. Everybody from, fucking Chomsky on down has spoken on this topic. It's a misnomer. They're antithetical terms. And everybody within the realm of political science laughs at the groups that use that terminology colloquially. I will tell you that unequivocally. It's just a fucking joke term to anybody with a poli-sci degree or poli-sci knowledge at this point. And everybody has talked shit about it at one point or another that has education in these fields. There is no way to rectify anarchism and capitalism. They're inherently antithetical. Yeah, no. Sourcing the NAP's got a whole bunch of problems. It's a decent idea on its surface, but then where anarchists differentiate themselves with the fucking neo-feudalists on the NAP is what is the definition of violence or aggression, right? This is where, okay, so under a strict interpretation, state violence wouldn't necessarily be aggression under the NAP, whereas there are various leftists that would be like, look, systemic violence conducted by the state is, a formal version of aggression, and thus society itself is violating the NAP, and you have an innate right to self-defense, and so it gets super complicated at that point. Thank you for follow Void. Thank you for follow Marcus. RV, Give me one sec. Moderation. Are they actually? Hang on. Sorry, guys. Give me one sec. RV, you can inform them that this is their, like, you know, restorative justice, rehabilitation in the name of all of that sort of stuff. They're getting unbanned now. No spamming. And, like, you know, take it down a notch from where it was last night. That sort of thing. Word it however you want. Neo-feudal. Hey, Jack. Neo-feudalism with McDonald characteristics. I'm an ANCAP, an anthropomorphic capuchin monkey. Lovely. Fucking wait, whose was that? Cave. Of course it was Cave. Could liberty be construed as the lack of aggression? Lucy News, I forget the fucking name. I'm sorry. News World right now. Lucy. Collective capitalism. It is. Leftists would be a common ideological opponent, right? Because they love power and power structures. No. Okay, so yes. Yes, but no. Right? The egalitarian principles of the left, anarchism runs through, firmly runs through and out of the Enlightenment era. Things like classical liberalism and libertarianism, which once upon a time was synonymous with anarchism. Neo-libertarianism, North American libertarianism is a whole fucking thing. We firmly run through and out of the Enlightenment era. We like egalitarian principles. We like social safety nets. We like the ability to protect one another, right? It's the implementation of those structures that anarchists would have a point of contention. With. And so it's unjust power and authority, right? This is the qualifier. Collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a heterarchy, and the philosophical challenging of unjust power and authority mechanisms and the dismantling and replacement thereof wherever they may lie. Right? This is the key. This is the thing you need to understand the most if you want to understand anarchism, is that there's an ethical element that comes into play. And again, you know, there is no singular utopian anarchist vision. It isn't a monolithic philosophy. It is a network of ideas, and in the words of Emma Goldman, we much prefer it that way. Yeah, Elon's out of fucking control, but Elon's always been out of control. How do to get a person a lot of moral code that pushes them to help their community while so brutally extracting power from that or another community? You see, things don't mix. Exactly sourcing. Collective capitalism is for people who want socialism but are too scared to take the step. Jack. You mean state capitalism? That's all socialism is. It's state capitalism. Lenin's own words. Just quoting Lenin at that point. It's a bureaucratic form of state capitalism. Cool. Rock on, news. McSecular, it feels like I have to. Honestly, like once a stream minimum, I'm describing anarchism. Yeah. I do, Jack. Oh, it's exclamation anarchism. It exists. Yes, It's 100% what it is. Oh. As the run on for the command happens. We see. No. Oh, somebody's been reading the like the Haymarket propaganda and the Wilson administration pamphlet a little too closely. I mean, granted, there was the era of the propaganda of the deed, which was Italy and Spain primarily, which, you know, yeah, because capitalists haven't done that, because, you know, Western imperialists haven't engaged in that behavior. Nobody's ever assassinated somebody or toppled a democratically elected socialist government. I'm sure your system that you're advocating for, totally clean hands. I'm sure. But hey, again, for the last like 19, yeah, about the last 100 years, that anarchism hasn't been about that since we came out of the era of the propaganda of the deed, which was basically 1880s to 1920s. The Argentinians took it a little further. They brought it into maybe the 1940s, but the Argentinian, Chilean and Argentinian anarchist movement is sort of this weird example. They do everything hardcore in South America. It doesn't really matter. Take your pick. Zexos, capitalism, Western democracy. Take any of these individual ones. They've done far, far worse. Far worse. Capitalism created banana republics, right? Literally, that's what that did. Western democracy has been terrorists, funded terrorist organizations, funded and perpetrated assassinations. If your only point is that terrorism bad, terrorism automatically undermines everything you have to say, your philosophy, the underpinnings, the very core of the ideological argument. If anybody in your group has ever conducted themselves in a violent manner, then your argument is undermined, which is what you attempted to do in the beginning. That's what you brought to the table. So I'm sorry that you just got your legs swept, but the fact of the matter remains is what you're accusing anarchists of doing, everybody's system has done. Everybody's. There's no one exempted from this. It's human behavior. Oh, and you bring up the IQ. Oh, the IQ warriors are always the best. The ones that roll the fucking IQ out of the racist, classist bullshit closet that it exists in. Mwah. Always love the ones that drops the IQ stuff. Oh, and he got timed out. Did somebody say Pinochet wasn't a fascist? I mean, Pinochet, was he a fascist technically? He's definitely authoritarian. He's definitely a despot. I'd have to go through the checklist. Don't know. Why are you here? I didn't say shit about you. Haven't said shit about you. I don't even talk about you, bro. Bro, we don't own our chatters. You, more than anybody, should know that. I don't give these people directions. I don't tell them shit to do. If Boom decided to troll the fuck out of you, Boom's not barely even a regular here. So take your energy, drop it down gorilla level or whatever the fuck your deal is, and understand I'm not his fucking master. Right? Sorry you had a problem with him. I apologize on behalf of the channel. Take it down a notch. You can own me. Ace. Oh, Ace. Oh, and Infra, if you're still here and I start getting raided by your fuckheads, you better believe I'm reporting that shit. Because I know how y'all roll. I know your deal. Like, I know how your chatters are. Your entire fucking community is toxic as shit. Hey, Swede! Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Jack. Duffy, I don't know, I don't know when you tapped out last night. Maybe 2 a.m., maybe 2 to 3 a.m. My time. So yeah, something like that. Jack. Fucking hilarious. France is harvesting oak trees to build Notre Dame. Yeah, no. Sports ball is not my thing, Swede. Sorry. Oh, hey, Swede. The guy who tried to argue economics with you that one time. You came on the air like a couple weeks ago. Communism is very bad. Back in chat with you right now. So just a heads up. You've drank almost an entire 26er of crack and not smart. Jesus Christ. Good job, Duffy. I hope you're hydrated. You took an aspirin, you know, got a little movement. Oh, yay. I know, right? Just water and sweat. Fair enough. That'll do the job. Okay. So 12:39? That seems early. Anyway. Swede. Yeah, I hear you, Swede. Hope you still have money left. Also did have to do a report on Chile and the Pinochet dictatorship. He was definitely at least fascist light. Yeah, I know, Jack. Like, it's just a matter of the check boxes. Like, you know, I try and get over, like, if we're using Umberto Eco, like, you know, over 7 sort of situation. But, I mean, any one of them is a characteristic. So, it just depends who you're talking about. Yeah, Wither, you're missing an education in a contained within a neoliberal capitalistic system. That's what you're missing. They school them in it, and I mean that's the beautiful irony of Swede is fucking that education in it taught Swede like, oh, this shit's broken. That's it's an amazing thing. Sweet. Nice. Ask what they did for their second major. If they didn't have one, that tells you everything. Fair enough. All right, so Casty got that. K-Rid got that. I'm going to complete all those. Rock on. Most left-wing econ people are dual econ and philosophy. Oof. Talk about a class load. Econ and philosophy. Holy fuck. Some of us were too busy drinking to have a second major. Hey, Ace, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the resub, Ace. Left econ people hate themselves. Good to know. Who has done what? Let's see. Hey, Patronum, thank you for the resub. 2-month streak on that one. Ace is probably okay. Yeah, Ace extended the sub. Jesus Christ. Yeah, your sub is set through March of 2022. Holy shit, Ace. Ace fucking putting in the work. Love you, Ace. Yeah. Yeah, the giveaway technically closed, but I can reopen it. Who gives a shit? All right, so all right. There you go. Oh, god damn it, Cave. Oh, Jesus, Jack. Oh my god. Oh, Jack. Oh, you're, fucking, you have no idea how jealous you sweet summer child, Jack. Oh, fuck me. Keep it that way. Nobody tell him. Just let's leave at least one person uncorrupted with this information. Yes, exactly, Momo. Let Jack keep that innocence. Fucking Jack, you do not need to know. You do not need to know. This is not important information. So just trust us on this one. All right. Hey, Whiskey. You got pulled. Yeah, why not? Let's see. Where's Whiskey in chat? Whiskey. Quick whisper. There you go. Key in chat. Key in your whispers. Sorry. Key in your whispers. Welcome. And you can thank Momo. Momo is the source of all the keys. Because Momo has a Humble Bundle subscription and hasn't done shit with it for like 19 years. And so Momo has entirely too many Steam keys. Oh. I'm gonna have to yeah, Momo. I'm gonna have to have a talk with Boom, aren't I? Fucking Boom trolling the shit, 20 accounts or some shit like that, and talking about the channel all while in infrared. I'm gonna have to have a chat with Boom, because you know the last people I want in here is his community. Or him, quite frankly. Jesus Christ, they're just... Yeah, he's your sole responsibility now. Fucking A. Like, that's... I'm apparently going to have a chat with him, though. Because that is the last thing I need. Is the fucking infrared, toxic as fuck community washing up on our shores. Jesus Christ. They're bad enough that they exist. Jack, we basically are. We basically are. Worse, says Estrella. And McSecular, if you do alert on the end of that, it causes something else as well. So you know there's 2 tanky commands. It's worse than that. Multiple people. It's worse. I mean, you know. Sound didn't cue off. Wonder what that was about. Oh well. Fucking Duffy still. Boom Shika Wow 1 to Boom Shika Wow 21. Jesus Christ. Anyone celebrating Buffett joining the 9-digit wealth club today? No. No. Not really. Yeah, exactly. Yay! What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Hang on. I just want to check something here.
We definitely should see a cessation, at least under her tenure. If she gets into office, which I really hope she does, of a cessation of continuing to steal land from reservations.
Ah, okay. He's talking about Deb Holland. Is it the 12-digit? I don't fucking know. I don't keep track of these goddamn billionaires. Probably some people here in Omaha were, yeah, I bet. It's sweet, Jesus. Yes, Jack. 100%. That is, yeah, just stop. You don't need this in your head. There is not, Marcus, not on Twitch at least. The Discord community has them. Do we? Yes, we do. Yes, Discord has them, not Twitch. So. Lucid has one. I love the fucking oh shit got it past the censors. Jesus Christ, Twitch. Love the consistency. It's a bagel slicer. Oh, okay. I see. That makes sense. Oh, what do you got, Jack? Whose video is this? Richer Report. Oh, Victor Hara. Yeah. Oh, to be young and innocent like Jack. He's Noah Bueno, my friend. Noah Bueno.
The uncanny is that moment of tension that could resolve into either horror
It's a tension.
or
It can resolve or become horrible. It can go either way.
Interesting. He's a painter. Swede, do it. I could use a break. Swede, fucking do it. Jump in there. I want to hear about the hellscape that is the Nebraska vaccine policy. Because did you see Alaska is... Wait, what? Oh, I see why. I see. Yeah, that was a good call, RV. That was a good call. I didn't even notice that. Fucking mods on... fucking on point. Thank you, RV. Hey, Sassy. TOS. We got to work within it. Ooh, itch. Fucking A. But I'm bump. Good on you. All right, hang on. So before you tell me about the hellscape that is the Nebraska vaccination policy, just so you know, Alaska is vaccinating basically everybody from 16 above at this point. They've got their policy is so effective, and they've got so few people and enough vaccines amongst themselves.
So I get a call saying my number's up and to come in and set an appointment. So I did. Yay, seriously celebrating that I'm in group 1 because, I have a heart disease. Show up and they take a look at my card that says, what happened to my heart and everything. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not a heart disease. That's an aortic disease. Please reschedule in group 2.
I mean...
So I am in the same level of danger, yet the technicality of your aorta not being your heart kept me from getting a shot.
How are they... What is the actual policy? So anything that would affect the heart is fair game in group 1, but...
It's listed as heart disease is group 1.
Okay.
Heart disease and cancer. We all understand cancer. We all understand heart disease. We all understand that,
So yeah, they've literally used like the term heart disease rather than cardiovascular.
Yes.
Interesting. Well.
And so that took enough people that took, I think, 4 of us out of there that were there to schedule our stuff and get it that day. We all showed up. We're all wearing our masks. We're all like extremely excited. We're all kind of giddy, like, oh my God, this is actually happening. And then you get told that you're not eligible, and then the next guy gets told the same thing, and we're all looking at each other like, oh, what the hell just happened? It was like Christmas got taken away from you, like the Grinch showed up. But yeah, no, it's and the reason that they were like that is Ricketts, our, billionaire governor who doesn't give a shit about the people, who at one time said marijuana will make parents want to kill their children.
Yeah.
If you don't believe me, look it up. He did. Let's see here. He basically threatened all the distribution points that if you give vaccines to somebody outside of group 1, you will lose your ability to ever have the vaccine again, and you will basically use up your supply and you'll be done. And since my provider is a CVS, and that's pretty much who I have to go through, because thanks private health insurance.
Woo! Private health insurance for the win.
CVS, there's enough of them around, but like, why can't I go to a Walgreens? Damn it. It was to the point where it's like, come on, CVS isn't going to give up being able to give the vaccine, so they have to tell me to go away. Just fucking great. So, yeah, I'm still upset about this, and this was last Friday when this happened.
Estrella, fucking brilliant spelling on Mcconaughey, by the way. Apparently Matthew McConaughey is considering running for Texas governor. That'll be great. Dude's super religious and like really conservative. Yeah, that's not an improvement. He isn't a Hollywood liberal. He's just a fucking good old boy from Texas to start with. So
I'm sorry for not putting in Minecraft on my statement.
If you weren't here for most of my stream, I am super tired right now. So my brain is functioning on, a percentage. When is the second group 2 going to get their vaccines?
soon as Group 1 is complete, whenever that is. And much like the state of Nevada, you can guess what the logistics are like outside of Lincoln and Omaha.
Yeah, dude, is there Nevada outside of Las Vegas?
Reno.
Interesting. Haven't heard of it. Anyway, so yeah, I can imagine what that's gonna look like.
So yeah, it's the hellscape that is, trying to get the people up in the panhandle, and I get it. We don't want to segregate those people just based on the fact that they live out in PFD. Fine. But when I'm sitting there ready to take the shot and I have an immune system issue on top of my heart not being able to handle endocarditis, which is a common, side effect of COVID, let's just give me the shot and call it cardiovascular disease rather than actual heart disease.
Oh, but that would be logical and adhering to some semblance of a medical opinion. So why do that?
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, I just had to vent. That's all I had.
No worries. No worries. It's been an interesting stream. Fucking, we started off by reading some like Taoist poetry and shit like that, and then did some theory reading, and dying at the altar of prophet sounds fun. And then like some stuff happened, and we talked a while, and then a bunch of fucking chuds rolled in, and then somebody apparently is paying for a viewership, not a viewership, but a follow bot to go around and spam a bunch of channels. So somebody like spammed me with like 60 follows. Apparently it's been happening to a bunch of fucking channels. Kodo, thank you for the gift sub and congratulations, XJC. Yeah, and then we had we started having the neo-feudalists wash up on the shores, few of them. And let's see. Oh, and then apparently one of the people who hangs out in the channel fucking has been irritating infrared. He who shall not be named, Lord Voldemort. And he came in here with, and one of his people followed him in. Fucking
I came in right at the very end of that.
Yeah.
I was on a different stream showing off my grandfather's after action reports from his bombing run days during World War II. My grandfather was an actual anti-fascist. He bombed Nazis.
Yeah, I mean that's what I try and tell these idiots that wash up on on our shores that do you support Antifa? Like, motherfucker, do you support World War II veterans? Like, cause they're OG Antifa.
Yeah. So it's amazing to talk to even people my age who's if you're 40, your grandpa probably fought in World War II. But people that are either slightly older than me, where their grandparents were either kept home because they were farmers or weren't young enough, or that, to tell them like reading the diaries of pilots and bomber crews of what it was like to be up in the air with all the flak and everything around them.
My maternal grandfather was in London for the bombing. So
during the Blitz.
Yeah. So, he came back a little fucked.
Yeah.
He was physically fine.
My grandfather personally confirmed it being true that the only place in the world that had more flak cannons than Berlin was Ploesti, Romania, because he had to do that run 4 different times.
Oof.
For anybody that doesn't know, Ploesti, Romania is where all the oil fields are. So the obvious military target. And he would tell the story about how the factory got misidentified on a run over Bremen. And instead of bombing a ball bearing factory, which is what their target was going to be, they bombed hospitals and schools.
Lovely.
Obviously not on purpose. It was just misidentified on the map. by the flight leader. Back then, you didn't have, instant communication back and forth.
Yeah, sort of a thing.
Between Bomber Command.
SIGINT and HUINT and stuff like that were even less reliable back then than they are now. Let's see.
But just watching people's faces of just seeing what other people wrote about how they felt going up every time, because you watch the films and everything, and you see a plane go down. Every time you see a bomber go down, that's 10 people.
Yep. It's a whole fucking contingent of people in there.
And he would talk about coming back home and, half the barracks being empty.
Yeah, a lot of them didn't make it back. I mean, not Russian numbers, of course, or should we just say Ukrainian? As
far as Air Force is concerned, the very beginning of the bombing campaign was just as bad as the Russian. It was 60 to 70% loss rates.
I had a professor. I had a teacher. I forget what he was. One of my actual technology courses. I forget which one. He was a part of an Air Force unit. He was part of like the comms team that gets dropped in before everybody else to set up like on ground communications. And his unit's survival time was measured in minutes. It was
World War II?
Vietnam, I believe.
Vietnam. Okay, so was he a LARPer?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I just remember vaguely an anecdote about him telling us about how they were like their unit was a comms team of some sort, and they just literally get dropped in, and they were to set up some level of like deep field communications for Marines and Army and that sort of thing. And they had a life expectancy measured in minutes.
Yeah, for those wondering, a LARCer is long range reconnaissance. So these are the guys that would go out by themselves. And if you saw the latest season of True Detective, one of the main characters is a recovering, or did that in Vietnam, and so you kind of see what it did to them. But they're the ones sent out to stake out where the bomb runs and where to do the attack runs. It was pretty nasty on people's health and mental capacity.
I don't know. Oh, and an account created 2 hours ago with Huey on Anarchist and Individualist is related to, thank you for the sub, related to revolutionary struggle in the Black Liberation Movement, excellent critique and refutation of anarchism. Too bad 2 of the Black Panthers founding council ended up as anarchists. What a fucking kick in the nuts that must be. That's brutal. Let's see. What are we talking about? We're talking about the French Revolution. Oh, this is a terrible refutation. This is literally... Anarchists don't want to go directly from state to non-state. This is rooted in an era and a rhetoric that is just not espoused. Anarchists weren't really attempting to replace the de Gaulle government. I mean, this isn't... Jesus Christ. I mean, not to insult Huey, but fuck me. This writes...
Price was kind of an anarchist.
I mean... I'm reading it, and... I mean, this reads to me as somebody who has a fundamental misunderstanding of what anarchism is.
I tried to explain it to minarchists, and if you think that ANCAPs are their own hell, let me introduce you to what minarchy is.
This is an argument for vanguardism, which always ends up in authoritarianism. This is an argument for transitionary states, such as bureaucratic state capitalism. See China, see the USSR. This is an argument for the Communist Party, which at this time we now historically know was an FBI honeypot.
Mikoto, the idea is to break down all hierarchies which are unjust and replace them with either bottom up or, I believe,
Heterarchical.
Yeah, sure, what you said. I have not nearly enough caffeine in my system to be able to pronounce some words.
See, this reads like somebody who's arguing for and against their own point.
It's like capitalism. It's contradictory.
This is a highly contradictory essay. I mean, yeah, this is collectivism. This is vanguardism. Hang on.
Would you include Stalin in the fascist regime, or are you?
I mean, technically, I suppose if you're going by like Umberto Eco's definitions, he probably could be qualified. But if you're going by other political science definitions, he would be excluded. I would generally go with just authoritarian, dictatorial fuckhead. But you know, your mileage may vary.
I don't see the ultranationalism.
Thank you, Mercidian. Thank you for the follow. Let's see.
He made an appeal to nationalism after Barbarossa started, but I don't remember him being like an ultranationalist.
He literally admits that the anarchists are advanced a step higher. Like, this isn't the refutation of anarchism that you think it is.
This isn't the refutation you're looking for.
Yeah, like this if you think this somehow undermines anarchism, Huey doesn't even attack anarchism. He's coming at it from a position of, one, the Black liberation movement needs to be liberated as a group, not as an individual. So he's looking at it as a collectivist position. Two, he's arguing for a vanguard party, which, by the way, has never turned out well for the workers or the people that the vanguard represents. Again, you can point to a whole host of examples for that one. And three, he openly admits that the anarchists do have advanced theory. And he's just saying that it won't necessarily work for the Black liberation movement. This is not at all a refutation of anarchistic operating principles, organizational methods. I mean, honestly, excellent critique and refutation of anarchism. Like, bro, did you read this shit? And highly contradictory of itself. It's weird. Some of the what was I reading? There was one passage in particular that I was like, that's weird. Let's see. I mean, he's literally, this is not to say that this itself will free the individual. The individual will not be free until the state does not exist at all. I'm sorry. Who argues for the elimination of the nation state all the time? I mean, this is why two of the Black Panthers founding committee ended up as anarchists, just so you know. I mean, it's okay.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, it's it's a weird self-contradictory. Hey Sue. Soon we'll all be serfs to Amazon anyway. Yes, the Black Panthers had great mutual aid.
So the communism is very bad person up above had why would you do mutual aid when you're...
I skipped right over it. I read it. I skipped over it. Do you want to address it?
Yeah, it's called empathy for your fellow person in your in-group. Number one. Number two, mutual aid can be done through the marketplace anyway. You do things for other people in exchange for other things. So I mean, that's just the market itself. So you saying that individual earners in a marketplace is describing the market of mutual aid to begin with. And the fact that humans have a really, really cool habit, and they're very cute when they do this. I mean, humans are awesome, but we like doing things for other people without expecting compensation in return. We have this really cool habit of actually wanting to help people simply because it helps us all feel better.
Stupid humans and your dopamine.
It's a serious rush when you help someone and you walk away knowing that that person didn't have to give up anything.
Oh, and just point 4, just to tack on, because all of that, by the way, all of that, just point 4, if you want to take a sternerist, like egoist perspective on this matter, it's beneficial to you as well.
Oh yeah, dopamine is a wonderful chemical to flood your brain with.
No, not even the dopamine. Being not surrounded by people who are destitute and suffering is usually really good for your outlook on things.
That's the argument for public education.
Yes.
Living in a society where there's not a bunch of idiots is beneficial.
Yeah. It is to your benefit to not do that.
Human behavior is fascinating, that we will do things when we feel comfortable that our needs are going to be met. It's amazing what humans will do without expectation of compensation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 100%. Interesting. There's a side conversation going on there, apparently. Let's see. Fucking
Dorian, that's a set of words that you put together that I don't know makes full sense.
Sue, hang on. Is that you popping? Let me just check. No, doesn't seem. All right, it cleared up. Either way, hey, Sue.
Hey, what up? How's everyone?
You sound different.
That's because I'm on my laptop.
Ah, okay.
With a different complete setup, so.
Yeah, I was like, you sound different. I was honestly suspicious for a moment just because it's been that kind of day. And I'm really tired and mildly paranoid.
So you're thinking it was a fake Sue?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, fake Sue. Imposter. Deep fake Sue. Yep.
Give me 2 seconds. My food just arrived. So
go get your food. Go get your food. Sue went through puberty. Yeah, it is fascinating. Thank you for the blessing. From an account that was created 2 hours ago. By the way, revolution isn't a single event. It's a long, drawn out, protracted sequence with series of punctuated high activity levels. This sort of fetishization and meta narrative that leftists have created for themselves post French Revolution, that the revolution is just this singular moment in time, and if you chop off enough heads, things magically get better, is something that I combat on a regular basis.
I don't know. There are some extinctionists that do believe that if we do chop off all of our heads, things will get better.
Fucking prims. They're halfway there. You got buzzed, baby. Something or other. All right. So, Curio's fucking live. That's early for Curio. Interesting. Baby Jeebus. Baby Jeebus. Yeah. Oh, Jesus, that was a fucking paragraph. So what's new in the world of finance?
Oh, what demented hellscape have we gotten ourselves into? So the good news is on the Ponzi scheme, it's looking like there's actually assets there that will be able to return a vast majority of the money to investors. That's good.
Who was the Ponzi scheme perpetrator? Can we name them?
Yeah, it's
doesn't matter.
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
ADHD brain. Anyway, you all know what I'm talking about. I shared the article about it.
Hold on, I'm literally gonna type latest Ponzi scheme and see what pops up.
But yeah. Anyway, let's see here.
Is this the Fox one?
One of the biggest things that we're looking at right now is actually within employment numbers and how the employment numbers are being inappropriately adjusted downward because workforce participation rate has dropped so low, in that that's kind of killing the usefulness of unemployment numbers. And 6 is even becoming kind of worthless. If you didn't know, we use 3 different major unemployment numbers: U3, U4, and U6. U6 is the one that counts underemployed people. So you'll see, even in Trump's best years, U6 was like was at like 8%.
Dorian, yeah, nobody's gonna disagree with that. Sassy, question: do you think all country music is racist? No, I don't look, absolute statements, all, never, always, none. I have trouble with those. Now, of course, all country music isn't racist. I mean, some of the good old boy shit back in the day definitely was. But I mean, modern country music, dude, most of that shit is just stadium rock with a twang. It's about as inoffensive as you can fucking get half the time. Let's see. Capitalism degrades into a Ponzi scheme when it can't pay its dividends. I mean, this is Marxian critique, right? Capitalism inevitably turns inwardly upon itself and those that participate within the system, and, XYZ workers collapse. Done. Fucking something.
Now the Fed prints money. That way more money can enter the system. You have slow inflationary, which degrades the buying power of the lower class, which eventually pushes them into being unable to afford basic necessities.
What he just said. I'll cover hierarchical for you, and you can cover that. Let's see. How's the workers' co-op chat going at work? Wither wanted to know.
We're actually trying to get a group together of us that can go in and actually purchase the company out from underneath the private equity firm that owns us. Problem is getting $1 billion together isn't that easy.
Jeez, you peasants. I mean, it's just only $1 billion.
And the fact of the matter is we can only, if we want to do this right, we can only do this with internal capital. And yes, we have, thousands of employees, but do they have $1 billion laying around to invest like that? And the answer is probably not.
Let's just say, I just want to know. Yeah, okay. So if they have 1,000 employees, they only need $1 million out of each of them.
Yeah, and you can't do this type of investing out of their 401ks. So even if they had 401k money to do this, I'm not going to make people bank their money on their own company. So
Yeah.
people are just like, oh well, why doesn't everybody just do a workers' comp? And it's hard.
Is that really the valuation of your company? Is that what it would cost to purchase your shit? Is $1 billion?
Yeah, but that would also include the 2.1, assuming the 2.1 billion in debt as well.
You want to explain?
So that's just the equity. The 1 billion is just the equity.
The company just decided not to buy. Jesus.
Now, Renaissance could also just tell us to take a flying leap if we tried to buy it, which is their right under the current system.
So for those of you you're catching up, Swede works in a different realm of numbers than a lot of us do. Yeah. All right. Well,
we work with numbers that are written out in the thousands, and we just understand that there's 6 more zeros behind them all.
There you go. Yeah. It's Samantha has set up co-ops before. I know fucking non-compete, even though a lot of people have problems with them. Non-compete talks about it a bunch. I've worked.
I'm back.
Okay, I've worked with them, but I've never had to set one up. But as I understand it, setting up worker co-ops, depending on which state you're in, is an epic pain in the ass.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, the tax code's a little weird with it too, because the tax code for co-ops is set up to cater to customer co-ops, much like farmers cooperatives. And so you really have to kind of finagle things around. Now you can just gerrymander it around and just have, you have 2 share classes where you have everybody gets 1 A share, which is your voting share. And then B share, how much your B shares can be variable on how much each has, and that's your profit sharing level of shares. So everybody has equal control, but you can give, your rainmakers a little bit extra of the profit sharing and things like that.
Do you fuckers really call them rainmakers?
Yeah.
Oh God, that is so fucking 1980s, like Wall Street shit. That is ridiculous.
It's monikers that just won't die.
Fucking rainmakers. Oh, fucking making it rain, bitches. Jesus Christ.
Yep. People even still do the dollar bill like thing where they throw them off their hand when they say that sometimes. But no, and yeah. So I mean, it's just a system that you can just do it the way that the tax code allows you to see that, and that's the problem. Is our entire way of doing everything is set around the tax code. So that's what dictates how things can get set up. Is just the tax code.
Average price of a yacht, 8.5 million. Is there a limit on how many voting shares you can have? Asks Wither.
Depending on the type of corporation, C corporation, no. S corporation, yes. Limited partnerships, yes. LLCs, no. Just depends.
There's your answer, Wither. So, yeah, it's
Think about it this way: Amazon has how many shares outstanding? Each one of those shares carries a vote. That's billions. So,
how many people
Didn't they already have one like this?
How many people actually vote in that sort of scenario?
Most people, okay, so when you buy, say, through TD Ameritrade or Schwab or whatever, when you buy stock, you can actually just assign somebody as a proxy to vote for you. And somebody at Schwab actually has a fiduciary duty to vote as if, they own the shares. So in the shareholders' best interest. And so they actually take your 100 votes along with the 10,000 other clients that also have 100 votes and basically pool those together. So you've actually gotten together with a lot of people to actually start throwing your weight around. Now you probably only actually get up to about a 1% of the vote or whatever, but still 1% can mean the difference on who's on the board the next time around. So it's actually, that it's done that way, or sometimes you just call in and say, I got my proxy, I'd like to vote this way, this way, and this way.
Okay, so we're gonna do this and then fucking that. All right, so this is how this is gonna work. So communism is very bad. Estrella has just spent 30,000 channel points to time your ass out. You should be sort of like honored in a way. Here's what I tell everybody who gets this redeemed against them. I will have more respect for you if you survive it, but I understand if you leave. But I am going to time you out. It is going to happen. But before I do, what I'm going to do is read to Swede what you posted, because you did at Swede on this one. And Swede, try not to have a stroke.
Can't promise.
You know, capitalism is a form of mutualism to begin with. I am a communal capitalist, and I totally agree with you in people having the ability to help the community. Mutual aid in anarchism still has expected returns with hidden tallies with capitalist flavors. Well, there's somebody who's never operated in an anarchist society. ANCOM is the real asymmetric system where people are given outputs no matter their input, selfless on a grand scale. Communal capitalism has comparable results to ANCOM. Jesus Christ, press X to doubt. With the same prerequisites, people's morality.
Citation on what society has this communal capitalism, number one. And how do you define communal in the capitalistic sense? Because philosophically, now I can't see it, it was deleted.
I will literally like send it to you in DM.
But it's communal. That doesn't make sense because the private capital is owned by individuals, and unless they're being benevolent in their interaction directly with the community and how they use that capital, you're wrong. Just long and short of it. So I'm doubting the fact that you know what you're saying when you put the words communal and capitalism together. One is a descriptor of the other, of the noun. So your ability to, I think, fully justify how you're saying what you're saying is a little misguided. I think that's more of a philosophical discussion of what you mean there than it is an actual like political economic discussion. But even then, we're just going to be talking out our ass about shit that doesn't exist. So
except for mutual aid and anarchism, which does exist, has existed in multiple places throughout time, and by the way, doesn't carry hidden tallies with capitalist flavors.
That's right.
There's communities that were doing Sue on this one, doing anarchist mutual aid pre-capitalism. Just saying.
Hell yeah.
You know.
Even white people could figure it out in their pirate societies. I mean, if white people can figure it out, anyone can figure it out.
Like, this isn't complicated. It just isn't. I guess, you know, fucking ANCAP brain.
I think I'm allowed to insult my own quote unquote race.
Yeah, whatever. The market is fixated, readily available, i.e. liquidity. Fucking, you feel free to read that, Swede, if you want to read it. But
okay, those are words that don't make any sense. Sorry, but the tenses don't even make sense.
Yeah, that's where I was like, you know what? Maybe that makes sense. Fucking wait, Kai, are you an anarchist? Yeah, I know, right? It's almost like I've said that before once or twice. It's almost like
the pirate societies were highly anarchist, and they were very democratic, and there were only two elected positions, the captain and the quartermaster, and they could be deposed by popular vote at any point. And they were very bloodless. also, when they took ships, they preferred you just to step aside and be like, okay, we'll get on our dinghies and we'll head out and you take the booty and whatever. Because pirate societies took care of those who were injured, took care of the families of those that got killed within raids. You know, they had like life insurance situations, they had disability insurance plans that they did for their, you know, for their sailors. It was one hell of a mutual aid system.
Barley, what country are you in? Just out of curiosity. But, you know, that's a whole fucking thing.
Shiver me timbers.
Yeah, are you an R pirate or a Pirate Bay pirate? Oh, Jesus Christ.
We actually studied in my master's program the economy of the pirate societies of the Caribbean. It was a fascinating class.
Wait, hold the fuck up. Where can I get the actual pirate history? I'll work on that for you, Wither. I'll work on that for you. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm so tired I won't remember it. I need to write a post-it note. Wither pirate history. There we go. All right. That goes over there. Oh, county. County, says Barley. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Sure. I see how it is. Change that all up at the very last minute. I see how that works.
The Caribbean was not a pirate society. It was a British colony. One, that wasn't the only colonial power in the region. Two, there was at least one island that was never domesticated. See Dominica for that. And three, there was tons of fucking pirates operating in the Caribbean.
Yeah, Tortuga was quite the place.
Like, Jesus Christ. The British were there, the French were there, the Spanish were there, the Portuguese were there, the Dutch were there. I mean,
and then on top of that, there were small pirate enclaves that raised hell. Yes, they were the Caribbean. Don't even start with me. A lot of them were based out of Tortuga.
Oh, come on now. We all know white history class in school taught them there was no pirates in the Caribbean.
No,
Only
Disney
white
taught us
people
that.
Existed over there.
No, Disney taught us that.
I want to talk about some of the most racially diverse societies out there. The pirate societies were very diverse.
Jamaica, Tortuga, Haiti, Nassau, all infamous pirate havens. And having hey sidewalk yar, and having spent a significant portion of time in that part of the world at this point, again, also one of my favorite places. Yes. And Dominica happens to be my favorite island. I prefer visiting Puerto Rico, but Dominica is the best island in the Caribbean. Fight me. Mainly because the lack of colonialization didn't devastate the island's the island's ecology. And the people who inhabited it, the Taino plus the African slaves who jumped off of the ships due to the proximity to the South American coast and the shallow waters of Dominica, intermarried and intermingled culturally, and they became a beast. You did not want to fight them on that island. Let's just put it that way. They would fuck a motherfucker up.
Pirates that worked for a state were called privateers, not pirates.
Let's see.
Unless, of course, they're the barbaries, but you know that's a whole racist thing by itself.
Okay, they're still going.
Yes, the East Carolina Pirates. I know of them.
I mean, fucking William Teach, like you're fucking trying to name drop. Come on, it's just Blackbeard. Fucking, come on. As an aside, the Maroon Society of the Caribbeans.
Yar har har, my friends.
Oh, Jesus Christ. He's special. But either way, yes, it was they were a Jamaican mutual aid society, right? Like it was a Jamaican society of displaced slaves. And they came to, it was very much like self-organized methodology. Yes, Sue.
Yo, Wither King, you better take that back.
Let's see. What
Puerto Rico is a modern colony and Hawaii is an illegal colony?
That is true. Puerto Rico is a modern form of colonialism, and Hawaii was stolen. We straight stole that fucking island. Like, I mean,
that's true.
Yeah, if you look into the history of how we came in possession, came to possess Hawaii.
King.
Yeah, it's fucking dirty.
I misread it for a moment. I had to reread it. My bad, man. My bad, Wither King.
Yeah, the sugar plantation owners wanted to. Oh yeah, the fun one. If my alma mater, Creighton University, was in the news the past week, if you didn't hear, if you're not into sports, you probably didn't hear it.
No, I didn't.
The basketball coach said some things that were very racially insensitive. Apparently, it's been a one-time thing. Even players from past stops of his have come out and said, "Yeah, he's never messed up like this before." But the university actually came out and let the players decide what the punishment would be for the coach, and that was an interesting move. Than what is typical.
Wither King.
Oh, interesting. That wasn't even okay. Like, look, I get it. This is but this isn't what I was expecting. Like, I'm looking at the statement now, and I was like, well, what did he say, right? And I pulled up the fucking quote. Yes. I mean, look, it's probably in the current climate, it isn't the go-to phrasing that you'd want to use, but it is most assuredly not what I expected.
Yeah, I mean, you understand his intent, but again, intent doesn't matter. It's the receiver that matters.
I get it. It's a comment about about the plantations. Let's just put it that way. I'll read it directly. Look, I don't mind quoting this. He said, "Guys, we got to stick together. We need both feet in. I need everybody to stay on the plantation. I can't have anybody leave the plantation." Like, look, definitely choose your words better. Use a better analogy. This is a shit analogy.
And it was after a heartbreaking loss.
Yeah, but at least it wasn't what I expected it to be. Racially insensitive remarks from a basketball coach. I'm expecting a whole other league. Forgive me, a whole other league of fucking comment, basically.
Yeah, so, but no, I was more commenting on the fact that they let the players actually vote and decide.
What did they do?
And they actually had it on the table that they could force him to resign.
So what did they choose?
It's a private university, so guess what? We don't get to really know.
Oh, interesting. So there was some sort of censorship, but...
Now, publicly, he was suspended without pay, and there are... So my father-in-law played for Creighton, so I have kind of an in, and I'll probably DM you what actually came out of it, because I actually know.
Cool.
But publicly, they're not just saying, now I'm going to tell you, it's pretty harsh. There's a significant monetary donation to several causes.
They hit him where it hurts, in his pocket.
And that's exactly it. And he basically, as long as I think it's something along the effects, as long as he is a coach within his current capacity and position, there is an annual contribution towards certain causes.
Oh, shit. So it's recurring.
a constant reminder of.
I don't know how
the
to feel
words
about
matter.
that. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm fine. Like, dude, just fucking rake him over the coals once. We don't need to do like if he's their coach for 20 years. Like he's like every year here's $1 million. Like I don't know what the fucking outcome is.
It's not like that
Ouch.
big. Like the initial contribution is pretty sizable, but after that, it's I
Just
think
enough to keep him on track.
Yeah, I think we're in the 5 digits, not the 6 or 7.
Still, it's tax deductible.
But on the other hand, he makes $2-3 million a year. So
Oh yeah, those basketball coaches always fucking get paid, don't they?
They do.
and he is a very good basketball coach because Creighton does very well year in year out. So
Yeah,
nationally ranked, going to be going to the dance, all that. So it's it's money. It's money.
At least it wasn't, it wasn't pointed. It wasn't at somebody. It wasn't like, intentionally derogatory or pejorative, at, targeting an individual or anything like that. It was just a horrible analogy and a poorly chosen set of words. So, yeah, I think he'll probably remember from now on.
And I've gotten to meet him and everything through my father-in-law's connections, and he seems genuine in the fact that he's, yes, he is white, but he is trying to do what's best for. Because let's be fair, the college system that we currently have makes athletics be an escape system from poverty.
Oh yeah.
And I think he knows that, and I think he very much tries to keep certain players that have been, say, problems in the past, instead of just dismissing them outright. He's trying to keep them on the team and keep them in school so that at least they can graduate and have a chance after school. So I mean, there's some real heartfelt behind it.
Well, that's good at least. Yeah, I mean, it's just from the one article I pulled up, like there were people, who are willing to go on the record and be like, look, he's a good guy. Like it's just a shit analogy he chose. So yeah, it's, it is what it is, but good to know. And no, of course I didn't know any of that because I don't follow sports ball. I am not a sports ball person.
But sports and politics get intermixed quite a bit, as we all know with Colin Kaepernick.
Yes. Fucking, but black man take knee make me sad.
Must stand for skycloth.
Yeah. Fucking, that was just the dumbest fucking shit ever. Fucking, I can't believe that was a point of discussion in our country even. He's disrespecting the flag. Fuck that flag. It's a symbol, and in the infamous immortal words of George Carlin, it's a symbol, and I leave symbols to the symbol-minded. So fuck them.
You're reading a very, very bad reputation of Pirate Society and how they took care of their disabled. So I'm just going to stop you right there and say, nope.
Colin, do you actually mean this with her? Colin Kaepernick. I don't know if you're just memeing or some shit.
Hey, communist is very bad. Made it through.
Yay!
And they're still here.
Hang on. I just need to check something really quickly. Okay.
And communal capitalism, I don't want to live through that because their expectations of society and the depression and what they put people through with their work ethic and hours, it's disgusting. It's like South Korea.
On a good note, there, communism is very bad. On a good note for you, Kai only allows that to be redeemed once a stream.
Yes,
you're lucky.
You're safe. You're safe. It is. Yeah. It is once per stream because I know my community. And yeah, he was a football player who, in support of Black Lives Matter and in protest of police brutality, this is probably even pre-BLM maybe. But in protest of police brutality, he would take a knee during the national anthem and shit. And he even consulted with like some ex-military, like Navy SEALs and shit. What's the most respectful way I can protest, but not disrespect? And he did that, and then a bunch of fucking people lost their goddamn collective minds because he kneeled during the national anthem, and somehow that's tantamount to shooting your grandmother in the face or something. I don't fucking know. Made no sense to me. I mean, I get it, but Jesus Christ, people.
Oh, and the personal good news of mine is I was able to run a full 10K last weekend.
Oh, rock the fuck on.
Nice.
All right, so there was some shit.
But I have to say, communism is very bad. Just because you are saved from that for this stream does not mean that if you piss the mods off, or Kai personally, you won't be yeeted. So just be wise.
Today,
okay?
it's most likely probably going to be a mod. But Zach in Chains, I wasn't ignoring you. I just... We're almost treating that situation like a Voldemort sort of scenario, right? Like he who shall not be named, just because that community is super toxic. So, let me put it long and short. You asked me a question, Zach. Yes. There you go. There's the answer to your question. All right. Yeah, Trump made the Kaepernick thing much worse. That is true. And then the symbol-minded got offended. Yes, basically. Yeah. Let's see.
So my question is for communism is, in an anarchist society, do you think we're going to hire the disabled to lift 100-pound blocks, cinder blocks? I don't think so. We're not going to have people do that. So the fact that you say you're not going to hire somebody to a pirate ship who can't perform the duties, that's not a refutation. Sorry.
No, hold on. Hold on now. Some of them disabled people can lift that much weight. Don't count out disabled people or count us out just because we're disabled. Don't ever underestimate us.
Well, being one, I see your point, but it's his point was, that they only took care of the disabled after they were hurt on the job, and I'm like, that's not a refutation of anarchism, because an anarchist community wouldn't put a position where they physically were not able to perform the task.
Are you kidding? They had fucking pirates that had wooden legs.
I just want to point out, communism is very bad, right? Like this is the thing. Nobody has successfully made the transition from bureaucratic state capitalism to communism. I mean,
it can be made, but
well, no, because you didn't make the transition. You were already there, right? Like we're talking about detoxing a society rather than, actually constructing one.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, this is the fact of the matter is, like, everybody hits the state capitalism, which is, by the way, socialism. And then they stall because, well, let's face it, putting a bunch of people in charge of the entire economy and the entire state and creating vanguard classes and political classes and academic classes and putting them at the top of the hierarchy. Let's see. Human nature kicking in 3, 2, and there you go. You're a bunch of slaves. Like, it's how it works. And so the only way you can end run that is to, organize in some sort of hierarchical organizational structure. I wonder who advocates for that. Sure, there's somebody out there that's got those as a foundational principle. and just sort of, nip that in the bud before it becomes a thing. But again, anarchism without communism is still value-based. I mean, okay, so here's the thing. We're doing this for communism is very bad. I've done this, had to do this twice yesterday. In the last week, I've had to read this passage 1,000 times. Right? It's getting. I'm gonna have this memorized by the end of the month, maybe.
I vote for sooner than the end of the month.
Jesus.
I vote mid-month. You're gonna have it completely memorized. You won't even need to pick up that book. You'll just spit it out like there's no tomorrow.
Marx is an authoritarian and centralizing communist. He wants what we want, the complete triumph of economic and social equality, but he wants it in the state and through the state power, through the dictatorship of a very strong and, so to say, despotic provisional government that is by the negation of liberty. His economic ideal is the state as sole owner of the land and of all kinds of capital, cultivating the land under the management of state engineers and controlling all industry and commercial associations with state capital. We want the same triumph of economic and social equality, but through the abolition of the state and of all that passes by the name of law, which in our view is the permanent negation of human rights. We want the reconstruction of society and the unification of mankind to be achieved, not from above downwards by any sort of authority, nor by socialist officials, engineers, or other accredited men of learning, but from below upwards by the free federation of all kinds of workers' associations liberated from the yoke of the state.
Oh.
So, yeah, we sort of want the same end goals, but anarchists aren't Machiavellianists, whereas communists are. Communists and socialists, by extension, figure that the ends justify the means. Anarchists stand in stark contrast to that and say, no, throwing people in the gulag and lining them up on walls and shooting them en masse is not the way to get there. And that you are undermining your very ends by engaging in those means. And so, or artillery shelling the anarchist club of Moscow in April of 1918 and machine gunning anybody who tries to flee the premises. Yeah, I'm sure there's a couple of incidents I know off the top of my head. Where's... Oh, Jesus, Cave, no. Ugh. Twitch. Fucking. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's somebody fucking. What does that even mean? True Kai, but the anarchist playbook is Trotsky. What? What does that even fucking mean? Other than Trotsky is an extraordinary advocate for. I mean, Trotsky is just fucking vanguardism writ large. It's vanguardism with Marxian aesthetics. But whatever.
Yep. We use Marx for his critique on capitalism.
That's it.
Beyond that, he's kind of a shit.
He's kind of a little bitch. I mean, based on how he and Bakunin interacted in the First International alone. Fucking dude, what's with this petty mean girl bullshit you're up to? He was kind of a little bitch.
Okay, so anarcho-syndicalism only addresses one point, and that's how ownership is defined.
What is wrong?
That's all it is. The anarchism, on the other hand, actually addresses how the hierarchy of the society is organized, which directly relates to how we treat each other. So to say that anarcho-syndicalists do not address the fact that everybody needs to be treated at least at a base level or a certain way is wrong, as long as you use the anarcho descriptor next to syndicalist.
Except ANCOMs don't exist. This is the thing. I can point to actual actual anarchist societies and tribes and communities and shit like that, right? Like, the fact of the matter is that there are anarchistically organized entities that are loosely affiliated, federated groups like Zomia that covers 100 million people. You could talk about the Iroquois Confederacy. You could talk about small microcosmic scale, Kospaya, Trumbleplex, Korea, Ukraine, Spain, Italy. I mean, take your fucking pick. But
can I add to that?
Shoot.
Just a little bit.
Go for it.
Not just the Iroquois Confederacy, that's just one group of indigenous people. They're all of indigenous groups of people had relatively the same working framework as the Iroquois Confederacy. So
exclude the Aztecs in that, but I mean, they got a whole fucking ball game going on down there, including a whole fucking ball game.
Yeah.
And the Incas.
Yes. Basically, when you go like south of North America, once you enter Central and South America, things get a little different. But yeah, I mean, for what?
Hey, Sam.
They had an empire.
Yes, they did. They were very imperialistic. Hello, Samantha. I heard that you, I don't know, voiced kind words or something about me. Somebody came through. I think it was Lucy, actually, that came through and said you said something kind about me on someone else's stream or panel or something thereof. But either way, thank you for the kind words.
Aww.
I have another favorite lefty streamer that is a VTuber that says if you're ever interested in doing VTube work, he would like to collaborate at some point. So he would like to increase his audience to other areas of leftism. He mainly deals in the religious side. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm fucking, I'm ordained. We can do it. I can work in theology, liberation theology, and shit like that. I can work in that territory.
Well, it's more of the liberation from religion.
Oh, interesting. So he's going the atheist sort of route.
Yeah.
Oh, they're usually insufferable, but it's okay. Atheists, vegans, are just usually an insufferable lot, but not all of them.
It's more of how to keep politics secular.
Oh, interesting.
Away from the imperialistic nature of Christian nationalism.
What the fuck? It's just Jesus Christ. I'm not even gonna scroll back. I'm scrolling back down and I'm not looking.
Liberal objectivism? What?
Don't take too many things they say seriously, given that their account was created 3 hours ago. Yeah, that's what you're dealing with.
Ayn Rand and liberal and neoliberal. Oh boy.
Randian liberalism. That's a thing, right? We can make that happen. I mean, we made anarcho-Bidenism a thing. Let's fucking make Randian...
Anarcho-capitalist.
Yeah, I mean, Randian liberalism. Liberal Randianism. Yeah, I like it. Liberal Randianism. Let's go with it. It's totally a thing now. Just, fucking, what do we have? Yeah.
Amazing!
Fucking, let's go with JLP on that one.
I feel so stupid because I used to be an objectivist and think Rand had her shit together.
Right. Yeah, Rand. Fucking Ayn Rand. Jesus Christ. She is forever just going to... I can't believe... If I were a libertarian, I would be distancing myself from that shit so much all the time. Like, this is just an albatross they have to wear. And it's like, why do you not distance yourself from that shit? It's ideologically hollow. And the person that you're referencing was a rank hypocrite. It is amazing.
However, I do find the circumstances that she grew up with understandable in where she went with her thinking. because
material conditions, something.
Yeah, well, that and the Soviet takeover and
Yeah, historical dialecticism. Ugh, fucking dialectical historianism. There you go. Fucking rearrange that. I can make it work.
But that was actually a more fun thing when I was deconstructing my political beliefs to understand why she was the way she was. And it was like, well, of course, if an authoritarian comes in and rapes your family's livelihood away from you, you're going to feel a certain way. Likely a certain few different ways.
Hey, Squid. Well, you've returned to, you know, a little bit of a dumpster fire.
Yeah, I'm on the stream. That should tell you exactly how bad this is going.
Yeah.
Hey, now I'm here. It's not that bad.
Yeah, I know. Be over. That's the beauty of it. Oh, Jesus. Agrarian fascism. Oh, fuck me.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
But that's what, I mean, fine, I'm done with it. Anyway,
I love how people talk about my people's history and culture that don't have a fucking clue about what the fuck they're talking about. In front of me, to boot.
To boot. To boot.
To boot.
Yeah.
To boot.
Okay. All right. We can do that. We can make that happen.
To boot.
Oh, interesting. Oh, left bank is fucking reading Che. Fuck. He's Che Guevara.
I used to think Che was pretty cool until I read his disposition that basically talked about how much he enjoyed murdering people.
Yes, he was not a good person. Let's just leave it at that. He was what we would describe in the left as highly problematic.
When he talked about how it felt to pull the trigger and like watch the bullet enter their brain, I was like, this is a fetish that's a problem.
Yeah, he is yeah. It's taboo to say two boots. Oh, they've been reading for their grad school. Okay. All right. Interesting. Oh, it's just Kai. But hey there, Pops. Everybody, Grandpa has entered the room. So behave.
Hey, Grandpa.
Hey, Pops. We're just getting ready to raid out,
Allegedly.
quite frankly.
Oh, really? Are we done?
We maybe not.
Had our fill?
Me for sure.
Time to go to the dive bar.
No, we're gonna raid over to left bank. Dive bar's got plenty of fucking people watching. So we're gonna just fucking hit that for left bank. And you know, for most of you, you know, come back another day, kaisthings.com, that sort of shit. And you know, I hope you're as well as you can be. I will catch you guys later. For those of you that are in the Discord community, I will see you there. And just on my way out. Catch y'all later.
Bye, everyone. Love you.
I banned that motherfucker on